She lives in LA. Now I got it's 10. 10.
Oh yeah, Greg. Oh yeah, we starting with the comment. Yeah, might be a little petty today, might be a little trolly today. Yay. We're gonna see. Oh no, that wasn't me. That was the truth. This was the absolute truth. And this is exactly what Yella wanted to talk about. You know, of course, so. Yeah. She said she hate black men. I hate y'all niggas. I hate y'all black lips. I hate your black hair. I hate your black gums. I hate everything about y'all niggas. Yeah, buddy.
You're a victim.
Here we go, CS.
My so-called life in the building. Hello, hello, Inya. Greg, what's going on? What's going on? All right, so we are going to get started. Hopefully, y'all had a chance to read the comment. Go ahead and pull that down for now. Blam. All right, cool. So Yella get here. We just gonna hang out like this, man. So listen. I don't really know how today's conversation is going to go, especially if Yella don't show up, because this was kind of his topic. Anyway, but we did want to talk about the title below, depending on what device you're looking at. The booming economy of relationship destruction, dysfunction, however you want to say it. Just talking about the things that we've been seeing the last few years during the pandemic and how everybody's been able to monetize. Everybody has been able to monetize off relationship dysfunction, destruction, maladaptive behaviors, and kind of pushing those teachings out onto other people. You know, like they said on Hardly Initiated, got to watch your thought diet. You know, Blondie didn't like that. But I do have a bit of the conversation from Saturday's part 1 where Yella kind of brought in the point of the issue that we're going to talk about today. I'm going to stop the music because I was just kind of for the opening. I like a little bop. But I'm going to bring this in. And I'm just let this play. It's about like 10 minutes of the conversation that me and Yella were having from the first part 1. Moderators, because I know everybody's pretty much a moderator. If anybody weird or new comes in, please let them have their say. Please do not automatically time anybody out or automatically ban or block people. I like to engage with people. And if they come in hot and talking, I want to chat with them because I like chatting with people. And sometimes y'all be in the bushes, and that's cool. Let me chat with the people who want to chat. Let them rock. So I ain't really worried about if they come in hot. Let them come in hot. I am going to play this video. Why does that feel small? Okay. Pause. Nope, ain't it. There it is. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, so if anybody does come in, because they were the comment section on part 2, the algorithm pushed out part 2 for whatever reason, did not push out part 1. Yeah, if they insult us, no, don't block. Let me run the temperature on that, because I want people to be able to say what they got to say if they feel away, and let's engage them. And if they're thoughtful and can listen and can converse, let's talk to adults if adults show up. But if they show themselves to be children, we'll treat them like children and put them in timeout. But let's figure out where they are first, because maybe they just like triggered. They might not even show up. The algorithm pushed out that one video, and they may not come back. And that'll be cool too. But we'll get back to the comments that were left on the comment section, because that was cute. But I do want to play the video that got this started. Yeah, I do want to play the video that got this started. Well, a section of the stream that got this started, to be more accurate.
It is more about them than it is about the team.
Obviously, it's
cannot play with them, cannot win with them, cannot coach with them, can't do it.
We're doing good at not making relationships work. That's what we're doing good right now. It's not making relationships work. We're kicking ass. Like, we are over sales. Like, we are in the black on fucking making, and that's perfect. We are in the black on making relationships not work.
A booming economy.
We booming, bro. Like, the fun. The ends is meeting like a motherfucker.
Oh, shoot. Hey, I like it. Get them. This whole conversation is contextual and subjective, and about how everybody's sharing is their experience, which is their interpretation, their feelings about the facts. Oh, Bree, like you said, you're right. While this is going, since you weren't a part of this conversation, if you want me to pause so you can address something that's going on, let me know.
Okay.
All this dialogue is feelings based, facts centric. So there's a fact. I experienced this, and what are my feelings about it? So I take the fact, and then I have this feeling, and then I make an interpretation. This means this, which is why I said I agree with Princella to a point. The first 60 to 70%, she'll have the fact right, and then that feeling will be right. But then her conclusion she comes behind that is absolutely wrong. Now, what I'm saying about him, he heard her have a fact right. Then he heard her have a feeling, and then when she made the faulty conclusion, he didn't come after the faulty conclusion. He came after her feeling. That's my problem. That's the place where we don't have any jurisdiction, is what I'm saying. Not that she can't have a feeling or he can't have a feeling about her feeling. That's all here nor there. What I'm saying is he can't police how she feels about a thing, but he could argue the point of what's actually happening. Like, what your conclusion is. Like, Yella, you said, why are we all in this space having these conversations? I can't argue. Well, Yella, you shouldn't feel so hostile towards people having these useless conversations. That's not for me to say. I can feel it, but it's not my jurisdiction. That's what I'm saying about him. That's not right. But what I could say is, well, I think these conversations are productive. I've learned a lot from these conversations. I take the positive angle, but it's my angle, not me telling you not to take your angle. That's what I'm talking about.
Because to you, feelings being involved, the second that a feeling or an emotion is added to the equation, it has to be that, thus diluting any type of progress. That's essentially what bothers me about the conversation. We'll find any way to hinder the progress. We don't want progress. We just want Princella to just keep having streams. You see what I'm saying? None of this is a solution. Dude been there 2 hours. He ain't said shit. First time he say something he agree with. Why are you there for?
And see, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, so this is where, so me and you have a philosophical difference, because I don't care that someone has an agreement or a disagreement with the content, with the message. If you disagree or agree, that's your perspective. I agree or I disagree. That's fine. That's what. Real quick, what's up, Yella? And like I told Bree, while this is like a 10-minute clip out of that conversation that kind of spawned this topic specifically. So if while this is playing, there's something you wanted to jump in on, just let me know to pause it. That's what we're there for, to either agree or disagree. But what you don't get to, You can do it, but what I'm saying is this is bad conversation. This is what I'm saying. This is bad conversation. This is bad etiquette.
Okay.
So if I have a perspective and you tell me I shouldn't feel the way I feel when I'm here to share how I feel, like we're here, literally here to share how we feel about this thing. Like I brought this stream up. So this is how I feel about this thing. And then somebody comes to this stream and says, Rashawn, I really think you're being pessimistic about Princella. And you should probably look at it like this. She's going to help a lot of women with her message. Like, no, I get to have my feeling. I'm entitled to my feeling. You don't get to correct my feeling. What you could do is share your perspective and how you feel. And then if it resonates with me, I might move closer to where you are.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
No, I got you. And this is where I'll go ahead and back out. But no, it's the purpose. It's the purpose. I'm not saying you can't disagree with a motherfucker. But at the same time, are you saying these conversations are just here for us to disagree or agree? Or are we having conversations to try to get to some fucking resolution, bro?
I can kind of prove my point by them. I can kind of prove my point with them. Princella is who Princella is. They knew who Princella was. They asked Princella to come on their platform, and they flew her out. She got flued out for this. In fact, that's probably gonna come in part 2. Princella's platform is well established and understood. They played it. They made it. They chopped up and edited a clip that highlighted Princella's talking points. So they were not oblivious. So I mean, can you agree with me on this point? They knew who they were bringing on.
I got that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they knew who they were bringing on, and then said, I think you're being pessimistic. And everybody would have to look at you stupid because you knew what you brought on. This person says men don't know how to love. This person says men shouldn't live with the children. This person says men shouldn't live with women. There is no good man. If this is somebody's brand, there is no optimism. So for you looking for it, the only way you could ask for it is if you're trying to actually, in a weird way, do what she says and control a woman because you feel that you can. There's no reason to ask for a snake to be a dog. It doesn't make sense. And you don't ask a dog to be a watermelon. If it's already shown you what it is, you accept it for what it is and operate it with that understanding of what it is. It is either arrogant or an egotistical, or you're a complete moron to ask for the thing that's been established to be something other than what it is. And that's what she spoke to today.
But that's our standard, bro.
Up,
that's our standard, though, right there. That's why I said that earlier. I hate the concept of the people who be like, yeah, we need to chew the meat and spit out the bones. We always look for the worst type of people to try to interact with on the conversation. So yes, absolutely. They should have never even had this conversation with her. But that's what we're doing. But hold on. That's what we do. So I'm at the point of questioning now. If what the fuck is we having these conversations? I get why you're doing this. Now I'm not saying that. But my point is this. What are we doing? What are we doing? Mm-hmm. So I get exactly where he's coming from in this sense, because for him to be like, hey, look, you know, it sounds kind of pessimistic. And here's, I can say what I mean and then explain it to you. But there's this weird thing about if I say anything that's supposed to stop how you feel, it's policing. I mean, it's his opinion as well. So that's why I say it's a blend of both. It is his opinion. It is a valid opinion. Because if anybody is trying to find a space in here where they want to improve the dynamic between men and women, this ain't gonna do it. If women knew how men felt about them, they probably wouldn't try to get in relationships with them. I don't trust women as far as they can breathe out their nose. I would be a terrible partner. I'm gonna be a terrible partner. And it's because 9 times out of 10, the women in the environment that exists now feel this way. So if this is supposed to improve some dynamic, if this is supposed to fix something, is this because this just it is what it is. I get that. I ain't lost on the concept of come on, bring your dumbass opinion on my show so I can get some views. I'm not opposed to that. My stance is where are we going with the shit?
Just
Take him to Detroit.
This is fine. I'm
Oh,
okay.
the audio messed up. Oh, no. I ruined it. This is where this is fine. I'm okay with the events that are happening. We're supposed to play.
It is more about them
I messed it up.
than it is about the team. Cannot play with them.
Anyway,
Cannot...
but yeah, so that's that was the crux of the conversation. And I forgot to go back over it again once I must have moved the clip and it threw the audio off. So that was on me. But y'all got the effect. But Yella, move big face cam. Bam. Give me a second, y'all. Whoa, she's got the sus kitty.
Sus kitty.
Bam. Sus kitty is in the building. So yeah, let's go. So Yella, now that you've been refreshed on what it is that was bothering you from Saturday, would you like to re-articulate your position or your question? Like, why? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Or would you like me to set the stage a different way?
I mean, you know what? I'll defer to you, good. But how would you like to set the stage?
All right. So listen, everybody. I want to let you know that it is the holiday season. It is the holiday season. We've had people in the comments that said they don't celebrate the holidays. They're not really a holiday Christmas person. I get it. So I did want to introduce the few of you that may care into an alternative holiday that we are going to celebrate today.
George, we've got a problem.
I don't really celebrate Christmas. I celebrate Festivus. Festivus, sir. And I was afraid that I would be persecuted for my beliefs. They drove my family out of Bayside, sir.
Are you making all this up, too?
Oh, no, sir. Festivus is all too real, and I could prove it if I have to.
The tradition of Festivus begins with the airing of grievances. I got a lot of problems with you people. Now, you're gonna hear about it. You, Kruger, my son tells me your company stinks.
Oh, God.
Quiet, we'll get yours in a minute. Kruger, you couldn't smooth a silk sheet if you had a hot date with a babe. I lost my train of thought.
Another Festivus miracle.
Yeah, so we are about to celebrate Festivus. So like any good Festivus celebration begins. It begins with the airing of grievances. Man, and I got a lot of problems with you people, and you're about to hear about it. But I do want to allow my good buddy Yella here, if he like, to begin with it. I'd like him to begin this year's festivities. Festivus festivities. Airing of grievances. Yella, let's go. He said in the building.
So without trying to, take too much of the grievance time, I'll basically state what I was ultimately trying to state. My ultimate grievance. What has brought us here today? Right. I'm trying to figure out where we going, y'all. I'm trying to figure out what are we supposed to give in this relationship space? Because this ain't going nowhere, y'all. This is a bad relationship. We've been here 3 years. 3 years. And the best we've done is choose to disagree. Now, I'm not saying don't nobody learn from being over here, but to be honest, to still align and to maybe trigger my friend Rashawn today, the juice ain't worth the squeeze. you, you feel me? So I just noticed that there's this thing about actually coming to a common ground. I guess that'd be a better in this space. I guess a better term would be a common ground, right?
That's fair.
Because all of this we talking about, if it's not to get to a better place in relationships, or to fix relationships, or to fix the male-female dynamic, then what are we doing? Now, the bad part is that we only get a reaction when we doing the bullshit. When we only being when we being negative about relationships, we get the worst reaction. But as long as it's somebody who it's like up to the point to where people, like the people who want to come in this space and have a positive disposition about it, feel like they can't. Because they're going to be bombarded by the people who are so hyper negative about this. Just so hyper negative. And whether you're doing it because you are just in the chat to stir up some trouble, or if that's how you absolutely feel, it could be a problem. Even if you're on these platforms, it can still be a problem. We find a lot of ways to try to not be together. Like it's this scary relationship dynamic that we chasing after, to where it's just like this power struggle. And it's weird because I don't really care about other races, so I don't watch their content. But I don't know if they talking like us, and it's just weird that we're talking like that. Maybe it's just weird that even if they are talking like this, it's just weird that we are. Because we've understood that, like, as black men and black women, we've understood that our history has just been people trying to hoard power over us. Now we want to do it to ourselves. So as content creators, what are we supposed to do? Because there's not too much else to give to black YouTube but bullshit. That's it. So I kind of tail off from there. I got some, anything else, but y'all want to jump in?
Thank you for stopping through Era Black TV and IG Green on the way to the Christmas party, man. Appreciate you stopping through. Nah, I'm with you. I'm with you. I really thought you might have been overreacting when you first kind of interjected that day. I was like, I mean, what's he expect? You know what I'm saying? Like this is what happens. Like this is us. Right? This is who we are. Like a lot of drama, a lot of being extra, a lot of contentiousness. You know what I'm saying? A lot of hostility, a lot of trauma. I just think that's the demographic dynamic. Like that's just built in there. So I mean, everything is going to be kind of coming from that place. So I really don't even trip too much anymore. But I know I had a whole personal. Me and Yella talked earlier, and I guess at some point, I'll let you all in on it because I had an epiphany. I had an epiphany, and it's something that I've read before. I've heard it a million times, But you cannot listen. You cannot listen to the crowd. You cannot listen. They'll tell you anything. They'll say anything. Words mean nothing coming from the audience. Like, I mean, it feels good, but man, I promise you, words mean absolutely nothing, because there's no way to hold anybody to their word. I mean, everybody's like nameless, faceless people for the most part. So having that epiphany, it allowed me to accept the reality. Like, we're here and people come here because it entertains some part of themselves, whatever that is. Whatever that is. I can't speak to what everybody's disposition is and what their desire is, but I know everybody is not here to learn. Everybody's not here to grow, no matter what they say. I learned over the last year or so that so many people that talk about community and family often are the least communal and the least family oriented. Like that's just what happens. Like, people will say anything. Their words, I can't count on your words. I can count on your actions. Every time you show up, I'm gonna believe. But every time you say you're gonna show up, man, I gotta let that go, because that don't mean anything until you actually are in your place. We're doing the work together. So I had to learn not to listen to what everybody says. Everybody says they're here. We want to build healthy families. We want relationships. We want this. I want to save people. That's not what the actions are showing. So, I mean, I came to that epiphany, and I guess maybe quietly, and I didn't express it. And I kind of, I don't know, I want to say gave up. I'll say I gave up on listening to people. And I decided to let me see what you got. Let me see what you got. Anybody that didn't show and prove, I didn't really listen to. Like, I listened to the people that show up. I listened to the people that do. Everybody else is, in my mind, just counted as another phony, another liar, another person that you can't trust. And that's the majority of people. Which, to Princella's point, like she said, most people do not even operate from a place of awareness. Most people do not come from a level of self-awareness. Most people just don't. But that's my gripe with people. They're fooling themselves. And because they're fooling themselves, they're going to fool you. Because they'll tell, if you listen to what they say, it'll come from their intentions, what they believe they are, what they believe they're going to do. But you got to watch what they actually do. You got to watch what they actually do with their time, with their money, with their energy. And that's how I find who a person is. That's my grievance. We ain't about what we say we about. But bring what you think.
I've just kind of been listening, but I'm kind of like the conclusion you came to, that I don't think people really are what they say they're about. And I think most people are really just around looking for, like Yella's like, what's the solution? What are we doing? He can kind of see the writing on the wall, I guess. But I think people are really just looking for more people to validate that they're not the problem. It's just a broken system. Like, but I don't believe that. But I think that's just what people want, which is why they look for stuff that's true. I mean, just where people are drawn to are a side effect of that. They're just looking for someone to tell them that they're not the problem. Everybody else is. And that being said, I kind of understand it. If that's kind of what people are looking for, then they're not looking for solutions. So I think I've kind of arrived to the same conclusion that Rashawn has, as far as like they don't want it. People will say they want stuff and they don't. People don't even know what they want. So as far as everything Yella's saying, like, I mean, it's surprisingly hopeful that you're like, oh, that's a solution, or well, we should be doing something. But the minute you try to tell people, like, kind of probably that they're the problem, they be like, no, I'm not the problem. All right, well, then we're not gonna have this conversation. So that's kind of just where I feel like a lot of people are. So
yeah, I'm similar. And I know you can't even really directly confront a lot of people, because on the internet, we're all like loosely associated. So the moment you confront somebody, people just run off. Like, and it's even worse. Like, it's an extension of, like, when you talked about the whole relationship thing. You and Bree talked earlier, and like as soon as people face adversity, they eject out of the relationship. It's done. Like red flag, whoop, I'm gone. Oh, they said I was late. So because I played that one lady a long time ago, sometime last year. What's up, Summer in the building? I played that lady, and she said the guy told her because she was late, it was disrespectful, and she took it away. Like boom, like people won't even be held to a standard of being mature or responsible or communicating in their dating life with the people who they're seeing face to face. Us on the internet, we don't have a chance of holding anybody to a standard. Only thing we can do, unfortunately, is cut them off. And we could say it, but and I think that's why people overreact on the internet, because we don't have that thing of proximity. So everybody goes to exposing everybody. I'm about to expose everybody and show these receipts. And I think that's why people go that far, because I don't have a way to hold you accountable to your word that you gave me and I relied upon. Might have been for my personal growth, my business, my channel, and everybody ends up falling out. All these podcast people, the groups falling out. Somebody gets into a thing. And I don't, man, I'm not a hopeful person. And at the risk of that, bringing up that conversation from Monday, I'm not pessimistic, but I'm realistic. And anybody that needs to hold on to hope and love and optimism, I'm going to sound pessimistic. But I just see people for what they are. Like we're all flawed. Like we all messed up. But we show up for who and what we want to show up for. We put the effort and time. So people do get love from us, but it's select. Like that's the thing. And I think that's the trick that everybody misses. Like, man, all these bad people. No, they're good to somebody. It just ain't you. Like, so everybody's got good and bad in them. And I wish people could be truthful about where they direct their time and attention. What they care about is they try to kind of keep that to themselves and project the facade of virtue. It might be being, I'm for Black people, but they don't do anything for Black people. It might be, I'm a feminist and I want to help women, but every decision they make bolsters the patriarchy. Whatever it is, I think a lot of people have a lot of contradictory internal things that it makes them almost useless for the bulk of humanity.
No, and I get that. And that's why I'm just like, what are we giving out? You
Like
know what I'm
us?
saying?
Like,
yeah.
Like platforms in general.
Like us. Because we can be as contradictory as we want to. But then, like I said, it dilutes what we're trying to say. If we there's no way we could react to Densella and then turn around and basically call in the same type of shit that we talking about. You know, so say online people are overinflated versions of themselves. Yeah. And I think it's who they really want to be. That's the weird part. And I'll go even further, and this might be where it get to be a little much, right?
Let's go.
If you don't spend enough time in these boxes, I don't think you really should have that strong opinion about anything. Because there's a way of saying what you got to say with escaping responsibility for what you say. So I think that, like you said, you can't follow the people. If there's a certain responsibility with having that much of an opinion, right? And people expect folks expect the people on the screen to assume the responsibility of everybody's opinion as well. Because when shit go left, we the ones on the screen. Everybody get quiet. Everybody disappears when shit hit the fan. Because all I'm gonna say is this: all that shit talking going on in the chat, and ain't nobody responded. Ain't nobody said nothing, right? You ain't even gotta. You don't have to go back and forth with them. But could nobody be like, "Fuck you, bitch"? Like, hold on. I ain't even in the. I ain't even in the thing. Could you hit the rock for me one time? The shut up. Like
yeah.
Shut up, bitch.
You talking about for what? When Princella was talking?
I'm talking about in the comments. I'm talking about in the
Oh,
comments.
in my comments?
Yeah, the shit you put up today.
Got you.
Right
got
now,
you.
this is what I'm saying. Just hear me out. This is what I'm saying.
Got you. I'm listening.
This is what I'm saying. Don't hype this situation up to be that, and then not be, and then just let anybody say anything about the person you're supposed to be listening to. Like, I ain't calling for no tribalism, but I'm gonna keep it a being with you. If that's what come over here, everybody high five and hyping the chat up and hyping the stream up, where y'all at then? Cause see, I'm gonna be straight up with you. I'm up here. I assume responsibility for what I'm saying. But it I don't know. That's me. Now I take that on the chin. So I feel a whole lot of type of way about that shit. I do.
Hold up. Explain that a little bit more. So you feel a whole lot of type of way that somebody was in my comment section like blasting me, but nobody.
No, they can. Yeah, no, they can talk shit. My thing is this, right? My thing is this. Don't encourage that shit over here because you want the situation to be over here like it is over there, right?
Okay.
And like y'all be over here watching this. You know what I'm saying? Y'all be over here watching this shit. To stop don't let no motherfuckers come over here and disrespect what Rashawn and what Bree been trying to set up for y'all. Because guess what? That's what they do over there. That's why they come over here and do it. So if you want that level of smoke, if you want to set this up to be that, cool. But remember this, and I'm telling y'all this now: the people on the screen ain't 100% responsible for the environment that's set in these spaces. If y'all ain't, because he shouldn't be the one to have to deal with it. If y'all sitting here clapping it up and enjoying it as well. Y'all want to vouch for her, call it out, saying she know what she's talking about. That's why she getting invited places, all this other shit. Because if y'all don't want that to turn into this, then say something. That's real shit. Like,
all right.
Like for real.
All right, so let me tell you how I feel about it. And unless you want to jump in, I'll tell you how I feel about it. Mrs. She said in the building. Hello, good to see you.
No, go ahead.
Now for me, this is me and Yella just have a lot of me and Yella talk. We talked about the difference between respect and agreement earlier. Me and Yella don't agree on a whole bunch, but I respect the hell out of this dude. Because I feel the opposite. I feel like this is the channel I started. The only person whose name or signature that can sign to it and manage anything is me. At the end of the day, the only person that can delete a comment is me. When people send the cash apps, it comes to me. You know what I'm saying? So the buck starts and stops with me, in my opinion. Anything that happens is what I allow. I want people that are willing to engage. I don't want them necessarily they don't have to agree with me. The one thing I do not want is a complete echo chamber. Now, I did say on the other stream, I would like a couple of yes men or yes women. If there's a couple of yes men or yes women that are willing to say yes to everything I say and do, you go ahead and sign up. The sign up sheet is in the hallway right by the water cooler. But for everybody else, I want everybody to have their own opinion, because I can't learn or grow if everybody thinks what I think. I can't learn or grow if everybody feels what I feel. There's nothing I can get from everybody sounding and acting exactly like me. But to the responsibility, right. I don't want anybody else trying to police the comment section on my behalf. Like I wouldn't even want that.
It's not that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, only because I'll let you clarify, but let me just recite the language you use, because you said something to the effect of, I don't want, if that's not what y'all want over here, then y'all shouldn't allow it. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I like clarify that language then if that's not what you intended. Because there's nothing.
I'm saying it like this. I'm saying it like this because if it turns that way, those same people are going to disappear. My thing is this. That's what I'm saying. There, like you said it earlier, it was people that told you to stream. The reason you kept streaming a lot and even got back in it is because people were saying, "Hey, come do this stream. We think you should do this." So we doing this for them regardless. I get what you're saying. You're doing it, but you hitting the live button for a reason because you like to present it. Whatever we're doing it for them. So at the same time, people not giving that wasn't nobody giving their opinion. That was just them saying disrespectful shit. Like that's why the comment hits like it hits. If somebody actually gave a viable opinion about it, then we can have the discussion. And that's why I understand what you're saying. But that's not it. That is essentially what you deemed weird that the dude did. Remember I showed you the story with Cam Newton?
Yeah.
Where the chick basically didn't respond to what he said. She just started trying to drag
talking about how he looked and he ain't playing in the league. Yeah. She got me like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So that's the type of if that's the type of space that everybody wants over here, then allow that to happen. I think that's a problem. I think that is a problem for streamers. That becomes a stressor for streamers. Because I get what you're saying, as in you're the one who's able to do that, but everybody got a wrench for what then? Y'all moderators for what? Only in the stream? It ain't even I hear what you're saying, but try not to be disrespectful. Like a lot, and not even in your space, but in a lot of spaces, folks just look at that wrench like it's a free pass. It's like it's the license plate that the what's the motherfuckers get? They got immunity, international immunity or some shit like that. Yeah, diplomatic immunity. Yeah. That's how they treat it, like diplomatic immunity, instead of a symbol of responsibility. Like instead of protecting the space as well, they'll let the space get out of hand. So I get it. You're the one, and I kind of feel like I understand the threshold, but I would much rather prefer it not be that, because it hasn't been that, and people enjoy how it is now. I'd rather it not be the motherfuckers in the chat. I'd rather, like, I get what you're saying. You can't police nothing, but we're super active in the moment. But when it's actually time to do something, oh, they tripping, they doing this. These people crazy. When they come say something, don't nobody say shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Maybe it's, man, like I said, it's 100% me. Nobody has to feel that type of way. But being a person on the screen, that's from the perspective I see it.
I get it. I respect it. I respect it. Like I said, we just have a difference of opinion. But ultimately, because this is like the space I curate, like my opinion wins out. So like I'll tell you, like for my purpose for the wrenches was actually, like you said, the diplomatic immunity. My purpose for the wrenches was not to have everybody do work. I've actually told a few people when I gave them the wrench, you ain't got to do nothing. The wrench is so that you could have an unfavorable opinion and nobody can time you out just because you disagree. Like on my channel, that's why everybody that is here more than once has the wrench. If people from Princella's camp, or there was somebody we had that one really wild Friday, and Conscious was going back and forth with this Mitch James. There was somebody like Mitch James had just came in, and I had given Mitch James the wrench just so they could go back at Conscious and everybody else the way they were getting tore up, and everybody was thinking about timing them out because they were outsider. I don't want somebody getting timed out for having a difference of opinion. I want to protect against that. So for me, the wrench is diplomatic immunity. Alonzo Hall's in the building. Hello. That's why so many people had a blue wrench, because if you come over here and visit multiple times, I want you to feel comfortable, saying what you have to say, even if it's different from what everybody else is saying, even if it's completely antithetical, even if you're challenging everybody else's stance and philosophy or belief system or religion, their God, their mama. You can challenge that without thinking I'm about to get timed out if I say it. Now, although that was my intent, I still have a lot of people who don't feel comfortable sharing their opinion. I still have so many people that feel completely uncomfortable sharing their opinion. I can't help that. I've done everything that I possibly could to curate a space where people feel comfortable sharing an antithetical opinion, and it's still not worked. Like, I don't know what else I can do on that part, but that's the wrench. The wrench for me is diplomatic immunity. So everybody can have their opinion. It only gets removed when somebody's trying to violate somebody. Like, we've only had 2 people lose it. Simon, who asked to be banned. So he got what he asked for. And then AR, who was like really adamant about that gay thing. He was really that whole anti-gay thing, and he kept on it. And it was like a problem for him, which is okay. He's entitled to his opinion, but he couldn't let it go. You can have an opinion, but when you're trying to force your opinion in, like, state your opinion, cool. But when you're trying to force your opinion on other people, it became problematic. And people in the chat were asking for it. Can we please take his wrench? Can we please take his wrench? Because it was disrupting the entire stream. Right. So, I mean, that's when it's a problem. So when stuff like that happens, cool. And I addressed it. And we had a whole nother stream just for him so we could address the differences that we had of opinion. Because, again, I'm not afraid of any conversation. So I was like, okay, tomorrow, 1 p.m., cool. We had a whole nother conversation just so that me and him could hash out our differences or not. But we could at least air our grievances, not from somebody with the mic into the chat. We could discuss it as equals. We're both up here. We're both on camera, and we can talk like adults. And we did that. We did not agree. And we walked off. Like, that was it. That was done. I do believe in my space that I don't want everybody to have the responsibilities that they have everywhere else. Everywhere else they go, they get their wrench, and they've got to police the chat, and they've got to drop links, and they've got to do this. And I want people to just be able to come here and talk. I want people to feel free to come here and converse. And again, no matter what I've done, like even to the fact that I don't have people come here and work, I still feel like I have to fight to get that. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's everything I've done, I've tried to facilitate an ease of conversation. I allow people to have different opinions. I don't have people trying to work or drop links or drop the Cash App or do this. I don't have anybody to run the street. I don't have that because I want people to be able to join in the conversation. And like I said to you earlier, but I'm here. It's still hard for me to get what I want, which is the conversation. I still have a whole lot of people who are uncomfortable, no matter what. So I don't even know what to do with that. I really definitely don't expect anybody to go into the comments after a stream to try to clean it up, because that's what happened. To anybody that's new into the stream, I'm going to show y'all the comment in question. There's 2 of them specifically, but this is the main one. I'll give y'all a second to read that.
Your video showed up in my algorithm. Let me say this. As a woman in my mid-40s that has a lot of life experiences, Prince Ella hasn't told one lie. I stopped dealing with men 4 years ago, and it's a shame because I'm beautiful. I'm not attracted to women at all. Currently shopping for my first cat. Being a cat lady sounds better than even being with another man. Or maybe I just try dating men out of other race, any race other than black. I don't know. Although I'm only attracted to black men, I hate y'all. Now I'm done watching this 15 minutes in because I don't like your beard, your double chin, or your wide back. Merry Christmas, nigga.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, now listen. But she's not wrong. I don't like my beard because it's not a beard. It's like scraggly extra hairs.
Niggas, how you
I don't like my
like
double
something you
chin
ain't got?
either. And
How
I
you
do
not like
have a
something you-
wide back. I got a wide back, and that's cool. I'm not mad at it. So like stuff like this. She ain't gotta like it. There go my Twitch wife in the building. What's up touching the bars in the building? What the fuck?
So
I
I'm
did?
So I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna tell you where she's wrong at. One, talking about I'm beautiful, that's subjective.
It is.
That's super subjective. First
Super
of all,
subjective. Yeah.
she probably look like Tyron Hill.
Man, oh, that dude. That dude, ooh, that's dirty.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying. Enough of that would change the space, right? Enough of that to change. Go ahead. My bad. Go
Now,
ahead,
hold up,
go
man.
ahead.
I just wanted to shout out, man, because, man, Greg Bryant has been a big person against Cash App and those cash payment systems. But he's wanted a way to support my streams for a while. And he's like, man, you need to hurry up and get that super chat feature because I'm not doing the cash apps and I'm not doing those because they're unsafe. This man went and got a cash app to support critically drinking. Man, salute to you, Greg Bryant. Man, let me hit the snort.
I'm proud of you, Greg.
Let me hit the snort real quick for Greg Bryant.
The Prince of Pan-Africanism is back, showing love to all my donors and supporters. We've been at it for 2 hours and we still got donations to go through.
I'll take that.
See, I get love. Y'all focus on the hate, I focus on the love.
Is that a lot?
That's a lot.
I got another donation. Donations.
Wow, that's a lot.
Gifts. More gifts.
Wow, thanks.
Man, super thanks to you, Greg Bryant, for sure. Because he said if I get hacked, I'm gonna feel bad. Man, Greg Bryant, if you get hacked because you did Cash App, I'm gonna feel terrible. I'm gonna feel awful if you get hacked because you tried one of those cash payment systems. Man, I will feel terrible. So nobody hacked Greg Bryant, whose social security number is 246-50-1313. Birth date is 4/17/69. And mother's maiden name is Lyor, Lyor. Yeah, don't hack him. Anyway.
Wow. Okay.
but man, to the point, man. I don't want anybody to have to police comments like that. Like I really don't. I want that person to feel like that because for me, stuff like that, those are the teachable moments. Like those are the teachable moments. Like that's her right there, Yella. This is what you was talking about. Yella, this is what you were talking about. This is the proof that like when you say what are we doing? This is the proof that like somebody like Princella is not helping anybody. This is the proof of what we're talking about. Like we have to stop listening to people simply because they say what we want to hear. Like this is it. Because she listens to Princella. Now, her first, like you said, her first mistake was saying this woman has told no lies. What person has never lied? What person has never been incorrect? So now what she is a believer. She's not even a follower or a fan. This is a believer. Princella has become a faith practice and a faith system for these broken women. She's their salvation. She's their savior. And stuff like this routinely proves that. She believes her wholeheartedly. Now, this person, because of their hurt, has walked away from men years ago. And she says, it's a shame because I'm beautiful. Now, look at that. This is where you get to see somebody's psychology. It's a shame to walk away from men because I'm beautiful. What does that mean? You're saying that I'm wasting my beauty. Nobody gets to appreciate my beauty. Right there is a lot of either arrogance or narcissism. Nobody is gifted by you being beautiful because you have a hateful spirit. She hates black men, and she says that later on. But just because you have a gift and somebody is not making use of it, it's a weird thing to say. It's a shame. It's a shame. That's like every time I'm not streaming. It's a shame because, I make a lot of good points. It's a shame that I'm not streaming today. No, I'm just not streaming today. You're just not in a relationship. But she feels like she's something to bestow upon somebody because she's beautiful. Your beauty has no value if everything that comes with it is ugly. Now, she's not attracted to women at all, which means Princella can't claim her. She's shopping for a cat because a cat lady sounds better than ever being with another man. That's how hurt she is. She wants no responsibility to deal with the emotional risk or responsibility of a human relationship. And I understand that kind of hurt, but we have to acknowledge that that's what that is. That's hurt. That's trauma. I'm afraid of that so much, I'd rather never have it again. Like me eating at Chipotle. I got sick that one time. I'm not going back. I enjoyed the taste of the food, but boy, I don't want to be down another 2 days. It might be worse next time. I'm not going back. She said, maybe I'll date men of other races. Any race but black. As if they're not men too.
Right.
As if she even were attracted to women, she might not run into the same experiences. She just hates, although I'm only attracted to black men, I hate y'all. I hate y'all. So Princella's not helping because she hasn't been able to clear the hate out of her heart. Now, I'm not dealing with black women or any woman, but it's not out of hate. I just know I'm not capable of a relationship right now. Or probably ever again. I'm not taking on that responsibility. But not out of hate. Because I cleared that out. Princella's not helping these people. It's like when you say, what are we doing? This is what we're not doing. Anybody who's constantly around us is going to have their thoughts challenged. And if they were constantly around here talking like this, we would challenge them. We would question that. How could you sit among us and be so hateful? We're all hurt. We're all skeptical. But none of us will be okay with this. But she's found a tribe that allows it. Now, she watched this for 15 minutes. She just didn't like the look of me. Probably just because I'm a black man. Because I'm deeply attractive. It's not that, that little scraggly beard, that double chin, that wide back, it don't stop me from looking good. For whatever reason. Man. It just don't hurt. It don't hurt. Because I am a dime. I am a dime, just to remind people. I don't
care what your Alpha Male Podcast folks told you.
That certainly is one big self-assured ninja.
Well, Ashore is a dime.
I'm looking for a dime. That's top of the line.
So it ain't that. It's just the fact that I'm a black man and I represent the litany of hurt that she's experienced in her life. And I understand that. I want her to be able to expose that. Say it. Remark upon it. But let's deal with it. But she ran from it. I want people to bring that, because what you said was her. You said that was just hate. That's not her opinion. Her opinion it's hateful. But if she were able to stick around, we could deal with it. We could talk. She might be able to see something different. She might be able to hear something different. She might be able to be like, well, I may not give black men a chance again, but I don't have to hate them. Comes with a free drug dealer? Nah. Chipotle's in this. I've heard it said pink peens are gross. I don't know. I won't find out. Can't work with them. Can't win with them. Can't do it.
I was gonna say, damn, we need that redemption. Because that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at in the understanding of it being a teachable moment.
Yeah.
That's the point. She didn't say nothing different than we haven't been hearing women say for the last 3 years.
Oh yeah.
It's just in different ways. So I'm sitting here looking at it like, how is it? Even if she did say something that was crazy though, that I will say this,
okay.
like, because I'm skeptical on the beauty thing, but I think that's kind of where we at. Like, it be the beautiful ones, they be the worst ones. Not because they got an over sense of beauty, it's because they mismanage their beauty. So I'm just in it, but I'm just in it like this though. I don't see that being helpful at all. Because that's never gonna stop. Mean, evil, hateful bitches ain't gonna stop. They're just gonna stop thinking they're the mean, hateful, evil bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like you said, she say that and run. Who we teaching it? The people who are here that don't think they're the problem. That's what I'm saying. Who are we teaching? We preaching to the choir. If everybody think that is that this is wrong.
Mm-hmm. I hear you.
So right. So that type of energy don't serve a purpose over here because we're automatically going to see that that's wrong.
I get you.
Because I was gonna say there's like even if they were to stick around, there's nothing redeemable about that comment. There's nothing redeemable about that comment. There's nothing, and that's just for me. There's nothing I can pull out of that comment that would give me the motivation to want to continue to have that conversation. It's also the reason why I'm not in a relationship right now. Because all of that is basically the edge of where we're dealing with women at right now. They are all of that in some form of shape, form, or fashion. Some of them just won't say that they hate men or that they hate black men.
Mm-hmm. Now hear you. Now, Bree, I don't know if you want to jump in, but otherwise I was going to respond to that.
I generally disagree with it. I think it just depends on what you think makes something useful. I don't think it's about right or wrong. I don't think this is a right or wrong kind of issue. If it was a right or wrong issue, then okay, there's nothing to take from it because you're like, well, we don't agree with you or you're wrong or whatever. And so there's nothing else to say here. But I do think there's something to be learned. I think a lot of people who don't know how to be in relationships and don't know how to pair bond, they don't know how to understand a person based on what they actually say. And most of the time when you're in relationships, the person you're with is not going to communicate with you the way you want them to communicate with you. And I think it is useful to learn how to understand how someone thinks and what they say behind what they say based on what they actually say to you. And so in that way, I think it's useful to do breakdowns. I think it's useful to have conversations. I think it's useful to look at a comment like this and see what you can infer about someone based on that, because we may never talk to that person, but you can infer stuff based off what they actually say to you. And in that way, I do think it's helpful. I think a lot of people could use that skill to learn how to not think about a world where people communicate with you the way you want, and not think of a world where people should communicate with you the way that you want them to, and deal with the reality that people don't communicate with you the way that you want them to, and what can you do with what you're given. So I think it's useful in that way. But that was all I was gonna say.
Yeah, for me, I like this kind of stuff. You know, I got a little bit of troll side too. So I enjoy this because to me, this is somebody who's trying to troll. Excuse me, but I also believe in transforming or using energy differently. I also believe I don't have to return negative for negative. I believe in a lot of things that can allow me to, I can receive that without taking it deeply personal. Because if somebody has some version of this feeling, like a lesser, like let's say this is a level 10. This is a level 10. I hate black men. Somebody who listens to me is at a level 5. Somebody who listens to me is at a level 3. Half my audience is women. Half my audience. And I will guarantee that's black women. Somebody in here is above a level. Somebody in here also has some level of hate, whether they're aware of it or not, for black men. And our ability to assess and address those feelings intelligently, if nothing else, for me, it gets to be an example that not everybody's the same. Not everybody's the same. Not everybody's going to be vitriolic. Not everybody's going to be some of the channels we used to make fun of. Not everybody's going to go off the deep end because a black woman called me a name. I may not be the safe person, but I don't have to also be the hyper masculine, threatening, these ugly bees won't even care about and won't even come up on the chat. They want to leave comments in the comment section, and they ain't gonna come up on the camera and say nothing to my face. We ain't got to do all that. I've heard all that. I've heard all that before. I've heard it before. It's not even necessary because we know what that is, and we can speak to it. And if we can show them different, like if the people that do stick around, somebody does stick around, is on and like I said, is on a plane. It's a slippery slope. There's no pass fail of hatred. There's levels of hatred. Somebody's deeper on the spectrum than her. Somebody's less on the spectrum than her. And I guarantee you, some of them come here. Because like she said, what did she say in here? She hates us. But she didn't stop dealing with us until 4 years ago. Princella. She seems to hate black men, or at least doesn't trust us. We shouldn't be around women. We shouldn't live with the women. We shouldn't live with the kids. We're completely unsafe, and we don't know how to love, and we don't know how to listen. We can't listen to women. All the stuff she says, but she exclusively goes to male podcasts, almost exclusively. That's all I'm telling you, TKO. But she says she's always in male spaces. So why are you doing and interacting with the thing that you hate? You're putting yourself in position. See, so this is me, Yella. This is me projecting. When people say they don't like a thing, what's the food you don't like, Yella? What's the food you don't like?
You don't ask me, I'm fat. You know, that ain't many foods. Let me think.
You don't like white sauce, like ranch? You don't like ranch, right?
Yeah, let's just say ranch. Yeah, let's just say ranch.
Okay. When was the last time you put a big squirt of ranch all over your food? What's up, no friend? Okay. People that don't like, and also Quanta, man, what's up? And Shags, appreciate y'all coming through. People who really don't like something do not engage with the thing that they don't like. They don't seek it out. They don't go around it all. I don't like seafood. You never catch me at a seafood restaurant. Scalloped potatoes. When was the last time you had a big plate of scalloped potatoes, such a war? And when would it ever be that you would exclusively eat scalloped potatoes or Yella? You exclusively use ranch as your favorite sauce.
Right.
So there's a problem. There's already a problem there.
Mm-hmm.
So because of that problem, I already know they're not aware of some nature of their own. Like, so for you to always go to platforms of the people that you disagree with and don't like, there's some kind of incongruence. Like eventually, people's psychology, because me and Priscilla, we both like that biology, psychology, sociology. Like there's some level of your psychology that you're not aware of to constantly be in the face of the thing you don't like because you're not doing exposure therapy. Because she hasn't said, I'm doing this to expose myself to enough men so that I can get over my reticence or my fear or my whatever. That would be exposure therapy. So she's doing it for another reason, which we'd have to infer because she can't say it and she may not even be aware of it. Like she said, most people are not aware of what they're doing. The only reason to continually put yourself in the space of men is because you still have some kind of fixation with them. Like this woman said, I'm only attracted to black men. Now, like Shaq said in the chat, if you're only attracted to black men, that could be fetishes. You know what I'm trying to say. Could be a fetish, a sexual fetish. How about that? It could be a sexual fetish. You're only attracted to black men. Maybe there's something there that you need to look at.
I mean,
if you're only attracted to black men, but you also hate us, because I know with any other area of I'm never attracted to the things that I don't like. Because see, if something I don't like, even a person, if I don't like who you are as a person, you immediately become unattractive. You get less attractive. Your qualities become less pleasing.
Very much so.
Very much so. Now, I'm not going to say that women have to have the same ways of attraction as do, because it could be different. But again, like I said, I'm projecting. I don't see any normal, natural, psychological, sociological method or way that makes sense for people that hate something to still go around it. Their hate is masking something else. It's not really hate, or they wouldn't bother coming around. There's a fascination, there's a fixation, there's something else there. And if we're in the place, if we have the opportunity, we get to address it. So I don't take it. Oops, that's what I'm trying to do. Oh, these daggone things.
I was going to say bored and lonely is one of them.
That might be. There's no one thing. There's no
that's
one exact thing.
Right. That's what I say. It's one of them. It might be number 37, but it's one of them. That's why like if you see me put shit in the chat, like that's your kind of that's why like if you see me put shit in the Discord, like that's kind of why I always be like reason number 9,000, because it's so many reasons why everybody is who they are, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just looking at it like this. When that becomes the stance, there's no no need to look to try to bring that back from there.
I get you. That's the throw it away principle. I get it.
Because that's kind of why I say the appeal of Princella makes sense. Because we always try to find a morsel of good in the worst of us. Like we always look to the worst to try to find an example or try to make us better instead of looking to the best examples. You see what I'm saying? Like for this space, we would look to for this space, we would look to Princella on how not to be instead of going to look to somebody who's in a relationship and in a marriage or in some type of successful relationship, man or woman. We don't talk to them. We shun them away. That's I'll say that's what I was talking about Bree. Like Bree's honest opinion about marriage would probably piss off men and women. But especially with women, like I think they'll hear, but it'll get to the point to where they will disagree with her because she's married. But what are we here for? Are we here to be the weirdo cat lady in application and waiting in the in the comments. Like what are women here for? What are women here for? Period. In this space. Like, I'm cool with it being segregated spaces then, if that's the case. But there's nothing to gain from that. There's nothing to gain from that even being around. Right. And that's why I say at the like 2 years ago, when this shit was cracking, cool. But who's going to learn this and really if you're like that, that's the thing about it. If you're like that, you're not going to change. If you're like that and you're here, whatever that thing that's making you here and secretly hate us, but watch us from a distance, that's not going to change. Because you said, if I hate somebody, what would make them be around it? If they coming around and they causing chaos and they enjoying the destruction that's going on around them, and they constantly bringing the negative energy about the ultimate goal, then they're a problem then. You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I get you.
So it's also like war. Like, people do that in war as well. They go around people they don't like and they act crazy as hell. You know
I
what I'm
like the
saying?
way
They
that sounds right there. That's nice. Sorry.
But that's kind of like a tactic of war as well. That's why it makes sense to call this a gender war. That's what we full on that. That's why, to me, that sounds like fighting words, because I also understand that this is a gender war. So I ain't rallying the troops. Like, don't get me wrong, chat. Like, I ain't saying go in there and start throwing bows in the comments. But I am also saying this, and this is me and how I look at it. There has to be an understanding of the tone that you said and we said. We are responsible. We are, regardless of how you feel. I get it. I get what he's saying. But in reality, we are all responsible for this.
Everybody has,
you know what I'm saying? Everybody, right. Everybody has influence. Especially how a lot of people talk in the chat. We want to respect your opinion, but if y'all can't protect the space that you want to be free to speak in, then it will turn into that other space. Then your voice will be less heard. Then he will need moderators that's going to have to work. You see what I'm saying? Then you're going to need moderators that's going to have to change and pause, eliminate comments, and because that's what I'm saying. Because we could turn up, nigga. I don't give a fuck. You know me. I get out my body in a minute. I get out my body in a minute. But that's because I respect the space that you trying to build. I respect the space that I'm trying to build along with you, and the space that Bree is trying to build. Now, if I hate men is the energy that y'all want over here, so I'm gonna need y'all to be prepared.
Listen, if they hate men, they are welcome to hate men.
I mean, I'm ready.
Listen, they're welcome to hate men. But as people have had to learn here and they don't come around anymore, you will get challenged. Like, if you challenge, you will get challenged.
Yeah, they
like,
don't stay around long because it's people look to trigger you.
Mm-hmm.
And because we're not easily triggered, I think it's just not fun for them, because a lot of people just want the catharsis of pissing someone else off. And, I think a lot of those people really, they don't hang around. They don't stay. They don't stay very long because, it's hard to trigger us like that.
Yeah. I mean, but to Yella's point, though.
Is it though?
Yeah, I mean, okay, I'll speak for myself.
Is it though?
Let me speak for myself.
Is it though?
Y'all don't be
There's
seeing
layers
me.
to this shit.
You ain't never seen me blow up on nobody. I'm sorry. It's very hard to trigger me. I could get triggered, but I'm not going. But they want you to blow up. They want to see you lose control. They want to see that that yelling, I'm dropping out the chat because I'm so triggered. Like, yeah, some stuff gonna trigger me, but you're not gonna get
stuff.
Yeah, you're not gonna get a rise out of me like that for real. Like,
Yeah.
Right. I get that part.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They want to rise.
Yeah, my favorite Bree moment. I promise you, the only time I really seen Bree close to triggered was Simon.
Oh, I know. I've been triggered.
Like I know you've been triggered, but like in response, I've never seen you responding from the place of being triggered, like as like you did with Simon, because you read him. I was like, ooh, 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 ooh.
Because I don't like idiots.
Read that one.
That was great. That was great. Why is that not clip?
It was
clip. But I mean, but I'm not as protective of the space because I really do trust the ability of us to regulate ourselves, because like we never made an official thing. Like nothing over here has ever been official. We just found a groove. So I kind of to some degree trust the ability of everybody who's around often to regulate and self-regulate. So I'm not really worried about the troll demons, because I mean shit. The other reason we all get along, because we all can go there.
Yeah. Everybody can kind of handle themselves.
We all got that dark side. So I mean, we're not helpless and we're not easily shaken. So I don't know. I'm not as protective of it.
I think it's really hard. I think the only people who can spend time, like a lot of time over here, you have to have like adult emotional regulation.
Right.
Like you have to be able, because like when we were doing the anti-God stuff, like it was up to the Christian to decide whether they could handle that level of conversation or not. Some Christians stayed. Some Christians said immediately, hey, just came to say hello. I can't be here for this conversation. I'm out. Some people stayed until it bothered them and then said, I gotta go. Some people stayed until it became a problem for them and it manifests in their, their temperament. I think the people who can hang out over here are people who appreciate people being able to be adults and being able to handle conversations like adults, not getting triggered and out of your body and throwing insults all the time. But I did want to say to Yella's point, like there's nothing redeemable about these people. That may be true. Excuse me. I'm gonna use myself though. I have been a hateful person at times in my life. And as I aged and learned and experienced life, a lot of the things that I was hateful about became less so. And I have to leave room for somebody else to grow out of their immaturity the same way I did. Even if she's 40, even if I'm a man, I'm 40, mid-40s. Even if she's in her mid-40s, I do have to leave room for her to grow and change and evolve, because she grew and changed, evolved into the hurt. I have to leave room for people to grow and change and evolve out of it too. The second thing is we can't just throw these people away. One, we literally can't throw them away. The same way Princella can't, like in her dream world, can't really remove men out of the position that they're in. So all of the posturing becomes moot, because women are going to have to go back into the same world with the same men that they're saying are doing all these terrible things. And the system's not changing simply because they wish it so. We can't throw away these women who are hurt and angry and bitter or hateful. Can't throw them away. They don't just disappear because we ignore them. So they're going to go back into society and they're going to raise kids and they're going to teach kids, and they're still going to be present every day. So I would rather have a place where if they wanted to come and vent their frustration, they could. And they would be heard and understood. They wouldn't necessarily be invalidated. I'm never going to tell women that what they're experiencing is fake, because I know men are some predatory mofos. I also know that women are predatory, just not in the same ways. It just looks different. It appears different. Men are more physically violent and dangerous because we're just more physically violent and dangerous. We're more imposing physically. And I know as a guy and being around a lot of guys, our impulses are typically more physical. We interact with the world more physically. To somebody that's smaller, because I've even seen it with smaller guys, it's threatening. I understand it. I'm never going to say there's not problems. I'm never going to say that men's lack of restraint in certain areas isn't a problem. I'm never going to say that men shouldn't do more to police each other, because women can't really police us. I mean, there are lots of problems in society, lots of things we're not addressing. So we can't get rid of them. We can't ignore them, but it doesn't change the fact that they'll still be in society, influencing society based upon what they believe. And most people in relationships don't bring. You said something about why aren't we using the good example? Why aren't we using the good examples? Why do we only highlight the bad ones? And I'm gonna tell you why. In my opinion, most people and Brie will probably be able to accept this. Most people like Brie. She said, "I will talk about what I want to talk about my relationship, my marriage." Most people don't bring their relationships online. Most people don't. So there are no good examples for us because people won't open that up. People won't show us that. Most married couples, like the people that we know that are married in the space, we don't see their partners. We don't see them interact. That's why I always upheld the saids. Mr. He said, Mr. She said, because you'll get to see them together. You'll get to see them talk. You'll get to see their camaraderie. You'll get to see them out and about. That's the one couple I esteem in the social space because you get to see them interact in a real way, not like the manufactured couple sitting on a podcast, like I would say Lovers and Friends, where you get to see them like in a manufactured way. If it was more of a closed loop, I would say somebody like Kev on stage, like him and his wife, because you kind of get to see them in real life moments, even though it's kind of like with money, with attention. Like I'd rather see somebody more real life level, like the Saids, because that's more often. That's more like what I would run into, as opposed to my wife and me and going across Tokyo. That's not going to be my life. You know what I'm saying? So I can't really get too much out of that unless I'm really pulling something out. So the examples that are available to us, because like the women will complain about the married men online in the red running the red pill, you never see their wives. Half the time you won't even know they're married. So where can we get these good examples? Because nobody will share that with us. Because a lot of times the truth is there's problems that people won't show us. So that's why I really lift up the Saids, because they'll be present. They'll be there. It'll be ours. You'll see them out and about. They'll even tell you about, like Mrs. She said was talking about, shoot, I took one shot. Your girl was done so. Yeah, but I'm like, it's cool because it's real. It's telling you about, I mean, because she like, and my husband trooped up. He looked out for me. I had to worry about him tripping because I had one shot. It was over for you, girl. But that's real life. People are going to go out. They're going to have experiences. Not all of them are going to be favorable, but walking through that process. I'd love to have more examples of couples that were willing to share their life so that people can learn from it. And they get a lot of times rejected because of their, I would say, their verbiage or their temperament. So they'll get rejected. Well, they talk too strong for me. They're talking too strong. But it's good to see a man and a woman that can sit side by side for 2-3 hours and talk and relate and flirt. They like each other. It's like a miracle. It's like a Festivus miracle. A black man and a black woman sharing space that like each other. So it's hard to find good examples because people won't share their real life experiences. We typically don't find out what's going on in these online relationships until we're talking about the divorce. Our relationship is ending. All these great posts and all these IG and they're doing TikToks together. We've decided to call our relationship a wraps. We ask you to respect our privacy. It's like, what happened? Please respect our privacy. Now you've been showing all this little dancing and singing. You've been showing all this, but now you don't want to let us into what happened. So we have nothing to learn from. Everybody wants to be like Instagram relationships, all the highlights, none of the development stuff that people can learn from. So that's why I say we don't have good examples that we can use because people won't share that. Because the good examples are from learned lessons, which are from some L's, some conflict. You need that.
Why are you making that face? I mean, and it's true. And sometimes even if you're willing to share it, people just get like, oh, don't do it, you know. I mean, it's just really hard to share the lessons you've learned or just be completely open and honest. And then if it sounds too like, people don't believe it anyway. So yeah, for most people, it would have to be them seeing both people, listening to them, to just really believe that what you're saying is true. So I don't think most people would believe it unless they were able to witness it, like he was saying. Because I'll talk about it. You know what I'm saying? Like King usually close. He knows what I talk about. He, I talk to him about a lot of stuff we talk about. But people also, a lot of people just want to hear confirmation bias of what they think it's supposed to sound like. So if you start saying anything that sounds contrary to what people already have in their mind, a lot of times they'll just write it off unless they can see it with their own eyes. And I actually respect objective evidence. I don't have an issue with people not accepting evidence that's not objective. So I think what Rashawn is saying is true. You're gonna have to seek out those couples. If you want to see it, you're gonna have to look for couples that you can watch and so if you want to see it, if it's so foreign to you, if you don't know anybody in your real life, you might need to watch a couple to see how they interact. You know what I'm saying? You might need to go to watch the Seds or somebody like that.
Yep.
Or take the time to get to know people who are married so that you can hear the truth from them and talk to them and kind of start to be privy to some of it. Like when we having our conversation earlier, I'll tell you stuff. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, people are gonna have to seek that out. That's what they want to see. But once again, I don't think most people want to see that. They just want more confirmation that they're not the problem. They want more confirmation that they're not the problem. So I don't even think they're looking for examples, and they're just like, oh, I can't find any examples. They're just looking for evidence that they're not the problem.
Yeah. I agree. And a brother of a certain age, appreciate the new subscription, man. New to the channel and checking it. I appreciate that.
Hello.
Come on in. Just say whatever you feel in the chat, man. Just make yourself at home. Make yourself at home. We like to chat around here. Right now, we're kind of like doing this kind of like a channel town hall, kind of in a weird way. Like me, Yella, and Bree kind of fell into working together. So this is anybody that be listening. Me, Yella, and Bree didn't start this channel together. We just kind of fell into being kind of like kindred spirits in a way. We don't agree on a lot, but we have mutual respect for each other, mutual admiration for each other. So we just started doing a lot of streams together. And we've all kind of fallen into the place of we wanted to do one thing online, but we kind of found out that what we thought this place was and what it really is were different. So now this is the conversation. Now that we have the veil has been lifted. I guess I went the wrong way. The veil has been lifted. It's like, so now that we know this isn't what we thought. And like for me, I said this the other day, I'm not who I thought. I'm not the good guy. I'm not the hero. I'm not to save one person. It's not me. You know what I'm saying?
We finally there. Oh my God. I feel so relieved. My shoulder just stopped hurting. Oh my God. Okay.
So having, you know what I'm saying? So having that realization, it's like now we're like, okay, so what are these conversations for? So that's why we're kind of having like a little town hall amongst ourselves that's publicly playing out, because we had it privately as well, but it's like, let's talk, because what are these, like the booming economy of relationship destruction is we have manifested a space where we have gurus and experts and coaches who are coaching people right out of the ability to relate. Like it's monetized. They're getting rich. People are pouring money into it. They're buying courses, the books, whether it's alpha male podcasters, whether it's the pink pill, whatever, all of it. Booming economy. People are pouring money into it. The Patreons, the this, the that, and the other. So much so that a woman who isn't even divorced can talk about and start like $5,000 coursework on getting over your like healing. Was it Danae Jackson? Not even divorced, but I'm gonna sell you a $5,000 course on how to heal
from your divorce. You need to put the petty logo in the corner.
Put the petty.
Oh no!
Is it time for the petty?
Can we rotate? Can I start?
He just really pulled it out of his pocket like he been holding it.
Have to rotate. We're gonna have to rotate because that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Half of the damn man, hold on. Half of the businesses that most black women start is based in this healing thing. If all of them get healed, then what? They all out of money. Because it's almost like the idea of anticipating and selling the idea of being this stressed out woman all the time. Like it's most of the businesses is some type of leisure or some type of, like, that's what I'm saying, something along the healing kind of like aspect. Like we seen the one chick who do yoga, the one chick who was the yoga instructor. She was like, yeah, I heal people and this, that, and the other. Life was in shambles. Life was in shambles. So I don't know what's getting healed. What the hell is getting healed? Nobody getting
Their
healed.
hypervigilant, anxiety-ridden states are being healed because they feel better when they do that, but they're not actually fixing anything. So it's just a pacifier, and that means it's easily commodified.
So it sounds like they're being soothed in. They basically a bunch
Yeah,
of
you're being soothed.
piranhas they basically a bunch of piranhas being tossed a chicken leg every now and then. Just they is that's oh my god, that is what
Yeah, that
are
one.
we healing? Mhm.
You
Go
healing
ahead.
that?
I'll say that one hit
need.
Yella.
He said,
No,
"God, what
what?
the fuck?" Shovel more on your plate, become a boss bitch, and then you're gonna be anxious, and then you get to heal with crystals, and then you can use the crystals to manifest your business that's making you more anxious because you have 7 streams of income, and then you need more crystals, and then the crystals are what you use to manifest the business and more income, so you get more stress, and then you need more crystals. You see what I'm saying? It all works together. Yeah.
Yeah, people won't take advice from people without any evidence the advice is useful, and the utility is proven by showing how the advice solves a problem using real life examples. And see, that I would say that's wrong. I think Quantum's right. It's not about healing or solutions. I don't even think it's about outcomes. I think the game is to market. The game is to market. I get you to feel a way. I move you emotionally. You buy into it. You buy the emotional package that I'm selling. I don't think you have to produce any outcomes. Like
I mean, no, of course.
like Kevin Samuels, a style guru, was giving relationship advice and was selling book a session. Like I don't. It's about making something feel away, not actually producing any real outcomes. In my opinion.
And then if we take 2 steps back and wonder why the situation is what it is, that's, you said it perfectly. You said it perfectly. We've become too okay with that. So that makes all the things that you said it perfectly.
I'm glad I said that. I said that perfectly, y'all. That's right.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's not about the healing or solutions. It's about the game, right? So
this is
we're
America.
not really
We gotta make money.
right. I get that. We gotta make money. If all we here to do, y'all, if y'all want, y'all, we know we've had this discussion. Like if we really want to do that, right? But then on the flip side, why are we selling this like we trying to do something constructive? If that's what it's about.
Oh, when you say we, are you talking about me, you, and Rashawn, or are you talking about the general
No, I'm
we?
talking about the general space period.
Okay, the general we. Okay, I just want to make sure. I just need
the general space period.
know the realm.
Because the problem ain't just the problem ain't just with us. It's like, but we kind of fall in that same space as well.
Okay. Yeah.
Like if it's all about the game.
What space I'm in? Hold on. Wait.
Outer
sorry,
space.
I'm sorry. I need some coffee. Wait, what space I'm in?
What space Bree in?
So
I'm trying to make the world better.
I mean, any type of conversation where we trying to figure out why something is broken.
Okay. All right. Gotcha. Got it. Just making sure, because I was like,
okay,
I don't give a fuck about the
right.
world being better. I just want to be clear.
So let me simplify it then. Why the fuck are we having 6-hour conversations about something being broken if we're not trying to fix it?
Because we just like talking about it.
Catharsis, man.
Catharsis, my ass. Okay, because if it's about the
We don't
game,
want to
then
do
if it's
that.
about the if it's about the game, then the game need to start increasing it.
What you mean
I
by the
would
game?
say
This
I'm
me
not gonna.
being this me being real talk. No, this me being real talk, right? This me being real talk to you.
All right, hit me.
This me being real talk to you, and that's why I was like, when you saying you agree to that, then that's why I'm like this. If we up here to make money, then
Who,
are we
us?
up here to make money?
That's why I was
Wait, see,
like,
now you switched
When,
it. Like,
yeah, I was like,
when
wait.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking.
okay, I mean, but you got to be clear. Because first, a minute ago, we was talking about everybody, like the general public.
No, I'm saying when I said what I said the first time about the general public. I'm asking now
Okay.
though, if it's all about the game, are we here to make money?
I'm not here. See, I don't play the game. I'm not good at the game. I don't know if it's because I'm neurodivergent, adjacent, whatever. I have problems with the game. I have problems with the rules of social engagement. I have problem, and I'm like, so somebody was talking about Dury. Dury was talking about my little anti-authoritarian. I don't like the fact that I would put in all this free labor, like that YouTube gets to monetize. YouTube gets to run ads on all the stuff I do for free. I have to hustle to get to 1,000 subs just to get a cut. Just to get a cut. Then they still tell me what I can and can't say. They can demonetize my videos. I'm not playing that game. I've seen enough people complaining and getting their videos demonetized because they use a 10-second clip or they said this word. I'm not chasing the game. I don't care about that game. I have my own game. My own game is, if people think I can be useful in this space, my game is, how can I be here and enjoy myself? That's my game. I can be in a place where people believe I can be useful, but the game I'm playing is I need to enjoy myself doing it. I have to be engaged as well as anybody else. So that's my personal game, which is outside of the game that this is built for.
Right. So if and I get that, like we had this conversation earlier, but that's what I was trying to ask. If it's not about the game, then at some point, I get you. It don't have to be the entire point of why you're here. I think we get a little too caught up on why are you here? 100%. You got to tell me the only reason why you're here got to be. Part of it is because you want somebody to learn something. If we coming out of all of this just for nothing, and we ain't on the game like that, like that's what a relationship shit is. Because the long and the short of it is that it's all connected to that. You see what I'm saying? All of this, what are we talking about? Like, what is the gain from learning the nature of men and women if we not sitting here trying to fix something? But everybody speak from this stance. Everybody speak from the stance of wanting to fix it. That's the crazy part about it. That's the crazy part about it. Everybody kind of gives this appearance of wanting to help until it's time to pick up a screwdriver. Now everybody hands in the air.
Okay.
Right. That's a psychological game.
I understand it.
No, I'm saying that right. Period. Though. That's what I'm saying.
I get you. I'm with you. Like let me but hear me out though. Hear me out. You're right, but it's a part of everything else we were saying. Like, people remember earlier when I was talking about people lie to themselves, and because they're lying to themselves, they're lying to you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If I believe I'm a good person, the way to sell me is to make me believe that my inactivity is contributing positively. I'm doing something. Even if I'm doing nothing, you convince me, like you said, that confirmation bias. You tell me, man, Rashawn, man, you're doing good by just getting up here and put a black square in your profile picture. Put a black square in your profile picture. That's going to help black people. Man, great, man. I get to have that narrative, that story that I tell myself that I'm helping. I'm doing good. But that's how you sell me something. You sell me a BLM starter kit, or I'm helping black people, whatever. You sneak in a sale to the narrative that confirms my bias because I believe I'm good. Or it's not just that narrative. There's I'm a community builder. I'm building communities. So I'm going to start a Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. Send me donations. Send me donations. Send me your grit money. The story I'm telling myself is I'm helping somebody who's building a school that's going to help young black men, a preeminent black psychologist for young black men and boys and girls. I get to tell myself I'm doing good. What I'm doing is helping somebody else financially, but I get to feel like I'm contributing positively. That's the game that everybody's running on. We have a narrative that we're running in our head. I'm this. I'm a good woman. I'm a wife looking for a husband. I'm a good man, but good men finish last. And all these women are hoes, and hoes ain't loyal. That's the game. Now, the people who want money know that we're telling these lies to ourselves. Like the fitness. I'm going to sell you this honey bun, and it's got less fat. And you'll buy it just because I put the words less fat on it, but you really want a honey bun. So there's your true nature. And then there's the lie that you're telling yourself. And people who want money, the game is using the lie that people are telling themselves to extract money from them because you know the truth. That's like a game with men and women. I know that you want to be wanted, but you're going to act like you don't want to be wanted. The game is for me to make you feel comfortable being wanted. The game is for you to get back into wanting me. Like, that's the game. I'm going to say something that gets your interest past that obstinate, no, thank you, I have a boyfriend. The game is that's who you're presenting. The truth is you want to be desired. You want attractive people to desire you. You want powerful people to desire you. You want people with money to desire you. It's not really much different with me. We want attractive women to desire us. We're just much easier. You know what I'm saying? We don't have to play that game. But the game is knowing what somebody's projecting, but also knowing what they're rejecting. And you tweak that so that you can benefit off of it. That's the game. That's the game. All the games. So that's the same thing here. A lot of people that say they're here for one thing, people that want money leverage that because we know they're here for something else. Twitch just did that whole nudity thing. They're supposedly here for gamers. They're here for gamers. The game is they're here for money. So they're going to allow nudity and twerking on a site that has a lot of kids on it. Why would they do that? They've stated that they're here for gamers. Ain't no game to that. The trick is, and people have figured it out, like the one girl who had a Mario World playing in the background. She wasn't even playing the game. She just put it on in the background because it's a platform for gamers. It's for gamers. So I've got to pretend like I'm doing something with game related. I'm just here to show my boobs. And these children are going to give me money because that's the game. What I say I'm here for versus what I'm really here for, or what gets my attention. Like you said earlier, people join into the Trigger Fest. They say I'm here for positive interaction, but they really get interactive when they get triggered, when they're pissed off at something, when it's something they don't like. Oh, that's the game. That's psychology. That's the game is psychology and all its facets. Now, I'm not trying to play psychological games with anybody. Like I'm not running game anymore. My lie to myself was I was here to help. I'm not really here to help. Now I'm here for the conversation. If I'm having a good conversation, I'm here for it. If people like it, they like it. If they don't like it, they don't like it. I don't care. Because if I'm having a good conversation, that doesn't matter. If I'm having a good conversation, I probably won't even notice the chat. You know what I'm saying? So I don't care.
Right.
Like the people that jumped on that, I don't care that so many people jumped on that last live stream and are watching it. It doesn't bother me because they're not the ones interacting with me. It's still It's still Nova here. It's still Nova in the chat. So Nova's my guy. It's Quantum's in the chat. It ain't one of them new people. It's Quantum in the chat. It's Greg in the chat. It's Shags in the chat. It's Dawn in the chat. It's my so-called life, the people that have been here. So the numbers in the game, that don't bother me. I don't care. What I care about, my thing is interaction. If you're not interacting with me, I don't have time for you, because what you're telling me by not interacting with me is you don't have time for me. And if you don't have time for me, what's that? If it's fuck me, then it's got to be fuck you. If you don't have time to talk to me, I don't have time to talk to you. I'm not catering to you. I'm not styling anything for you. I'm not clipping stuff for you. I'm not making clips for people that won't even come and interact. And the people that come and interact saw it because they were here interacting. I don't need to make clips for some mysterious other person. That's the game. Trying to get somebody else, trying to get somebody new, trying to get somebody hooked. That's the game. I don't care about that. I don't want that. That's too much. Like for me, I can't speak for Bree. I can't speak for you. If people want a conversation, man, I'm here for a conversation. I'm here for it. Anything else, man, bump it. Bump it. Can't stand Greg.
For me, I'm not really here to. I'm here for conversation as well. I find people fascinating. I find humans fascinating. I find how people's mind works fascinating. So in that way, there's nobody that's throwaway to me. Like there's nobody that I prefer. Of course, the people I vibe with, I just prefer to talk to people I vibe with, obviously. But outside of that, I don't have any particular, you know, I don't feel like I can save the world. And I don't feel like I can help people from where I am in a box over here. Truly, the help people need. So for me, that's just never been my my goal. If anything, I would want people to be able to find points of relation, like help people. Like if I could say anything that I think I'd like a thing, I'm like, oh, this will be helpful. If people could learn to relate to people who don't seem like them, I do think that is helpful. And I do think a lot of the conversations we have, I would think, are trying to teach people how to do that, like how to look at things and be interested in people and find points of relation and how to have engagements, just more modeling how to be respectful. I don't really feel like I can come up with a solution to fix all these broken people. You know what I mean? So I don't really kind of look at it as a good, bad. You know, I don't really try to do binaries, really. I don't really do the good, bad, right, wrong stuff. Kind of just, you know. So I feel like that's kind of, for me, that's kind of more of how I look at it. And in that way, nobody's really truly a throwaway. Favorite point of relations ovaries. Nobody's truly really a throwaway. They may be stupid, but, you know, even stupid people have a spot.
Yeah.
Not on my channel, because I'll cuss you out and block you. But over here, they can hang out. I cuss people out in my comments on my channel publicly.
And she will block you quick.
And
She'll
block
block you
them.
quick.
I will block them. But over here, that's cool.
I almost got blocked a couple times.
So
almost got blocked a couple times.
I don't care if nobody's in my fucking chat on my podcast. Because I'm there talking to Twan.
Yeah, she may not even say hello to you. Like it happens to me all the time.
I might not even say hello to you. So over there, absolutely. Oh, you're a throwaway. You have nothing of value to add. I will block you, delete, and cuss you out on the way out. And maybe unblock you to let you say something to me, so I cuss you out again. But over here on Rashawn's channel, you know, he's here for the conversation. So yeah, I'm just usually okay.
Yeah. But I think I generally feel what you're saying, though, man. Generally, I feel what you're saying. I see the problem that you're identifying. I just, man. And what I'm going to say is that I could still be deluding myself. I'm going to leave room that I'm still lying to myself because there's layers of lies. Like Inception, you have to wake up to the lies that you tell yourself. Plato's allegory of the caves. You really don't know how deep down in the cave of darkness, of delusion, that you are until something like lets you, it makes you aware. So, oh yeah, she definitely can. I really thought I wanted to help people until it was my time to help somebody. And then it was when I was like, when they needed help, I was like, God, man, I didn't need so much help. And I was like, man, I'm not here to save people. Because somebody didn't need saved, I really don't want to go in for it. I'm like, okay, that's not what I'm here for. And we know, I think I've kind of proven that I'm really not here for attention. Because I don't do the things that get attention. Like the broad appeal mainstream attention. Like the clipping and the shorts. Because everybody keeps suggesting that to me. But I'm like, I really don't care. I don't care enough for that. And the money, I mean, I don't even advertise like this Cash Apps anymore. Like I put it up there because Candid Ann told me to. That's when it was up, was Candid Ann was like, you need to put the Cash App there. And she's like, you need to make it bigger. But even that got annoying. So I think I've kind of shown that I'm not really here. I'm not here to get rich. I never believed this was a get rich thing for me. I didn't believe that was something that was in the cards for me. So, I mean, I could still have some sort of a delusion. Like even the whole I'm here for conversation thing could be some lie. But I really do enjoy conversing with y'all. I like talking to Rico. I like having Greg put crazy stuff in the chat. I love it. I love Nova putting crazy stuff in the chat. I like when my so-called life, when we say something about the Bible and my so-called life, it ain't real. I love it. I love that stuff. I like the interaction. I like the engagement. I was all vulnerable ones. I love reasons. I wish. When I first time I heard Reza talking over Let's Talk the Better Black Life, man, I about died because Reza is one of the realest people. I love what I love about this is when you get a chance to see and hear, and when they hop up on panels, because it's typically over on Let's Talk the Better Black Life with the name Reza. Greg came up over here. My so-called life came up over here. I love when it goes from an avatar with a name to a face and a voice, or a voice. I love those moments because like you get a feeling. IG Green, IG over there on CTV, and then coming over here. I love when you get when it's like it's like an abstract of a person. It's like a semblance of a person. It's an icon, or you see them up, but then all of a sudden you get to have a conversation with them. Man, I love that because they become human. They become real. It's not like something that they're projecting onto the internet. They're not trying to be fake. This is who they are. This is how they get down. They think what they think. They're not afraid of how they think. They're not afraid of how they are. I love that. Dawn over there from Chef Shapino's. I love it. I love it because Dawn's been rocking with people in the chat for a grip, but she's remained consistent the entire time. Ain't been flipping it. Ain't talked about I'm trying to start a channel. She's like, I'm here to support people. I'm on my way to work. I'm going to hit the replay. I love that stuff. Mr. He said, it's the game shows and time machine. You know what I'm saying? And Mr. He said, rock with us, man. I love getting to know the human of their characters for a while until you get to know the human in them. That means everything to me. Comes diving into chat for my bit of praise. You already know. Summer, I swear to God, Summer is the most clever person I've ever met in my life. I mean, it's like like when people talk about the Grand Canyon, Summer's like the Grand Canyon of clever. It's like you just look out and you're like, how is that amazing? I don't even understand how she does it. But I love humans. I love Inya's sweetness, Inya's positivity. Oh my God. Inya is one of the most positive, perky people I've met, who always has a silver lining, who always has a positive contribution and an aspect. Man, I love humans. I love humans. I love it. It just, my heart swells. And then rocking with y'all
on the corner.
I've had a human in me. And see, Greg has also talked about using a time machine to bang his mom, and it's a sacrifice because she's not attractive. Like, but I
Back
love
to the Future though.
Yeah, but I love it. But he's like, it's a real sacrifice for him because she's not attractive. It's not like she's attractive. Like if you're going back to bang your attractive mom, it's one thing. But he's like, nah, she's not that cute. So he's really sacrificing. Like that's I love that kind of stuff because it's like that's something only Greg would have said. You know what I'm saying? Only Greg would have said that, except maybe Nova. Man, thank you, Don. I appreciate it. So I love people. And if somebody came over here that really just hated black men and was here and hated black men, I wouldn't be against that. I would want to understand that perspective.
You've seen that happen. They left after a while.
Well, I would just want to know. I would just want to know how they felt. I want to know how they came to those conclusions. I'd like to know what their experiences were. I'd love to know the human that has, hold up. I'd like to know the human that has these feelings. I'd like to get to talk to them. I'd like to get to hear their experience. I'd like to get to push back. I'd like to be able to say, listen, like, why did you wait 4 years? Or what happened 4 years ago that made you decide this is the last straw? I'd like to find out the human that's behind these words. But sometimes they won't give us, sometimes they won't give us those moments. They won't give us that opportunity because people will hide behind anonymity. They'll hide behind distance. But if we don't learn to connect to people, like if we don't learn, I'll speak for myself. If I don't learn how to connect to people I disagree with, I'm useless everywhere else. Everywhere else. Any random moment in life, if I don't know how to connect to another human, and if it involves another human, I'm lost. So I have to know how to deal with people I don't agree with. All this stuff, like Bree said, it not only fascinates me, it humbles me. It inspires me. Like it's amazing to me. So maybe it's not, like I said, it's not just a conversation. It's the inspiration, because I'm inspired by the people that show up. So, like I said, I might have been in delusion, and I might have talked myself into figuring out one of them. It's not just because like I enjoy the conversation, but also you all inspire me to believe better in humanity, to believe that I'm capable of more. So I know it's not just a conversation. I knew if I talk long enough, I'd probably get to it, but I get a positive feedback from all of y'all, and not just from y'all like giving attention, like, oh, y'all giving attention. No, just by being yourselves, it reflects a piece of me that I didn't know was there. You know what I'm saying? It's like there's a piece of me, the piece of the divine, if you're one of those people. There's a piece of something I admire, or something I lost, or something I didn't have. That's what I love about humans. And I think I get that out of y'all too. I think I get that out of y'all too. So
this is so nice.
Yeah.
That's so nice. Yella, is the warm and fuzzies getting to you? Do you feel it?
He still got the petty. Let's change the petty.
Oh my God. Here you go. It's the head.
He's here. Wait, here he is. This is where he is. He's
It's
got
the
that.
head. But he's telling you the point of it. This is the point of it all. This is how you fix humanity. You teach people to like people again. You help people learn to be interested in people again for no reason. That's the whole problem. Like, it's not always a reason. It's not always for something. You just have to learn to be fascinated and connect to people out of sheer, people are great. Humans are great. And if you can't do that, you're not going to be able to be with one long term.
Look at that face.
Unfortunately. I know. I've seen that face in real life a lot. It don't bother me.
Yeah, look.
Because
it
don't bother me.
What the beautiful part is, he's about to take all that I just said, and he's about to put a cow patty on top of it. Go ahead, player. I want to hear it.
A nice cow pie, right on.
Cow patties are good for plants, so even they're useful.
And Shag's, I mean, come on, man. You gotta love Shag's energy, man. Come on, man. You gotta love Shag's energy.
I mean, here's what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to not give the people here their just dues. I'm not going to not do that. So I'm not going to take away what you said about the people in the chat and what they mean to you. What I will say for me is, I don't give a fuck about nobody who got to bring that type of energy around. I personally shiver in my fucking my timber shiver when I hear the idea that being around people that talk absolute dumb shit makes me better or sharpens any skill that I have. Especially when you're telling me that I'm sharpening the skill for no reason. I'm sharpening this skill to have it for what?
For yourself.
I don't need it. I don't
Oh,
need it.
really?
I don't. I don't. I don't. Because there's absolutely examples of people who don't talk about none of what we talk about and manage sustainable relationships. Have no concept of what we're talking about.
Oh yeah, you don't need to talk about it to have the skill to relate to people and
I don't
enjoy
have to
people.
I don't have to
Yeah, you
endure.
don't
I
have
don't
to
have
talk
to
about it.
endure. Right. I don't have to endure. That's what I'm saying. That to me it just sounds like chew the meat, spit out the bones. But when you eating off a nasty, molded, dead ass 3-year-old motherfucking bone, how good is the meat still gonna be? You
That face
can
is perfect.
absolutely throw.
So
You can
pouty.
absolutely throw them fucking. No, I'm saying that's the point. That's the point I'm trying to make. What are we sharpening our claws for? Why am I sharpening my claws? Why am I making my agility better to be able to deal with people if ultimately the goal ain't to figure out how to deal with people?
Well, that's the
Because it's not
goal.
because real talk, it's not doing that. I'm gonna be straight up with you. We want to really feel like but the results of what you're saying is not coming to fruition. The only thing that's coming to fruition is more frustration, more anger, more shit for us to react to. It's not really coming to fruition. It's not happening. So for all the oh yeah, I could be around these people and learn it still ain't happening.
I would
It
disagree
ain't.
with your statement. I mean, maybe for you, but I would disagree. I mean, Rashawn's been very honest about his growth, and we talk in the Discord about everybody's growth, but everybody's not doing what we're doing as well. So you can't look at those spaces you're
Right.
talking about and saying that that's their goal, and people aren't growing. But
The thing is this, I get Rashawn. The thing is, I get Rashawn's individual thing, right? I may be bouncing back and forth between. I'm using Rashawn's ideas as the example to the bigger thing because I'm
You're
talking
bouncing
about the
between micro
entire
and macro. Yeah, you keep
right,
yeah, but
right,
I get it.
right,
I
right,
get it.
right. I can say that I'm bouncing between micro and macro. Right. It's something. It's something to eat, but doesn't have substance. Like
yeah, I like chewing gum though,
chewing gum keeps your mouth moist.
but it don't have no
Keeps
sustenance.
your
It
mouth
actually make you
saturated.
hungry
But it
too.
has a purpose. It has a purpose though. You're not just chewing gum for nothing. You're
That's
chewing
the
gum for a
point.
reason.
Yeah, this is
Oh,
like chewing
but you're
gum.
chewing gum for a reason. Right. You're chewing gum for that's really what chewing gum kind of was started for. Now you can chew gum to sound to look cool. You can chew gum to have flavor to it, all that other shit. But gum was the whole purpose of it is to keep your mouth moist. Chew gum to play when I play sports. Drink water less. Like
Okay,
a
so
lot
these
of it has
conversations are like chewing gum. That's what I'm saying. Not like
these
eating chicken.
these conversations are like chewing concrete. This is
Chewing
past
concrete.
chewing gum. How
I mean,
about this?
maybe.
Or if these conversations are chewing gum, it's that zebra gum that go away after motherfucking 15 chews. We on like chew
Man, they still
1,650 of this goddamn stick of gum.
spit the gum out then.
We don't want to because we want to chew. We want to
Still
keep
enjoying my
chewing.
little gum.
We want
I done figured out how to
to keep
drink some
chewing.
Hawaiian punch to kick up the flavor again. I'm enjoying my gum.
The revolution ain't happening, Shags. I don't know what revolution you talking about. We've been revolutioning for a long ass time. I thought that's why. I thought that's what I. Hey, look, I thought that's why we was exchanging ideas. Apparently not. Ain't no revolution happening.
The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be televised.
Yeah, it will, because everybody got an iPhone. It will absolutely be televised.
Is anyone else
Everybody
getting
got
warm?
So what I hear you saying is you tired and you just don't know how to
Mhm.
go take a nap.
No, it's
Yeah.
not that. I think it's a conversation that need to be had.
Okay.
Because the bad part is that if you don't play that monetization game, then it really don't it really don't matter what's going on.
Well, I think what
know what I'm
matters is
saying?
depends on why the person came into the space. I think you're discounting that everybody doesn't have the same reason for entering the space.
I get that, but I'm only taking people at their word.
Mhm.
So if you're sitting here and you're presenting, you're identifying, if you're self-identifying as somebody who wants to help, because everybody's got a solution.
Oh shoot.
Because everybody got a solution. Everybody got a solution. Everybody got a solution to the problem. So if you're identifying as somebody who's here to help, or here to change something, or here to impact something, then why is not doing that the objective? Because nothing I'm hearing is getting us closer to being able to do different type of relationship content.
Okay.
Now, I'm talking about I'm talking about on the macro now. This is this is us included, but nothing this conversation is bringing is to get it to go the other way. Nobody does, Inya, because any solutions are told that anybody with any type of solution is typically pushed away, at least by
Real
the
quick.
people who want to hear it.
I was gonna say, Reason says she can't see the poll. The question is, do you believe you have personally benefited from the online conversations? Do you believe you have personally benefited from the online conversations? And of course, that's in general. I mean, there's a lot of different spaces with a lot of different conversations. So right now, of course, I know that's self-reporting, Yella. That's why you got that face. It's self-reporting. That's self. I get it, but Yella, listen, I'm just curious what people would say from
What you think the poll gonna be? Go ahead, early. But I ain't shitting on it, bro. Like, but I mean, you absolutely drawing my hand right now, bro. Like you.
But I'm just saying, like, but at some point, if people can't tell you like that they're benefiting, like, what do you need to see?
I get it.
What would you need to see to feel like it's beneficial?
I get it.
Hey, because it's funny. Because it's funny. In a weird way, he's in the Priscilla seat. Like, you're gonna have to show me, like, forget what they self-report, forget what the men say about their marriages. Bring me the wives. Because everybody been suffering.
No, because this is my point. That is the case. That's why I understand what she's saying, but who are we asking?
Who are we asking?
You see what I'm saying?
What do you mean? Who we asking?
That's what I'm saying. It's all about that. Everybody, for some reason, everybody seems to find something beneficial.
How beneficial does it have to be? Like, is there a scale?
What's the?
I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it a bean with you. Don't nobody seem happy.
Nigga, I'm happy as fuck.
My thing is this. I'm going to say something that might ruffle a lot of feathers.
All right, let's go.
There's some unhappiness in being in this space.
Nobody's ever all happy, Yella.
But not. Come on, Bree. Let's not do that. Now, I'm gonna be straight up with you. Let's not do that. You're unhappy with what's going on. You're not content with what's going on. That's why most people have such a response to the thing. If we was cool with it, nobody would be saying nothing. Nobody says anything about the things that's okay. Nobody. That's just the nature of society right now. Everybody's opinion is only about the negative things. Nobody opens their fucking mouth when there's something positive. Nobody got nothing to say. You happy. You good. You either unhappy with relationships and you need to find a Princella, or you need to find a Kevin Samuels. You either unhappy with how society is playing out. You either unhappy with how parents is treating their kids. You unhappy with how the country is treating black people. You're unhappy.
So let me ask you a question. Because I'm gonna tell you what it sounds like to me. It sounds like you believe this space somehow on YouTube, by talking, we would be able to solve everything at every area of life. Like, I mean, you just bunched a lot of stuff together. You just bunched in politics, relationships, racism.
Yes.
Like, we're not going to be able to talk ourselves through all that. We couldn't even fight. We couldn't even fight ourselves through all of that. Like,
Right.
so it looks like you're looking for a solution that can't be gained from the medium that we're in. Like, if warfare didn't get the answer, like if warfare doesn't get the answer, I don't think YouTube talking is going to solve it either. So like, I'm wondering, like, what I think maybe your expectation might be.
No.
Way up there.
My expectation ain't nowhere. That's the thing. Like, that's probably why that's probably why I'm at where I'm at, because I have zero expectation of any positivity coming out of this space.
Okay.
Because I've realized that Black YouTube, while including relationship shit, all of that is to monetize off people being unhappy. Not even monetize off people being unhappy. Entertain people's unhappiness.
Gotcha. Okay, that's fair. Entertaining people's entertaining people's misery. Okay, which goes back to the title of the stream.
Right.
Monetizing misery.
Yeah.
So we're monetizing misery. That's what you believe that this space does.
It's what Black people do best. Our whole sense of motivation as Black people is based off fear. So we don't go back to how we were. We're never going to go back to how we were, people. We're never going to be slaves again. Okay? Let's just call it what it is. It's not going to happen. We're not going to revert back to being shackled to the trees and having to fucking be whipped again. We're not going to go to none of that. But every single bit of motivation, every single bit of the motivation for us is to be fearful. That's why we never accomplish shit. That in itself is why we never accomplish the thing we are trying to get rid of, which is the fear, which is the disposition, whether that's being in a relationship, being broke, being all of that. We just see it. We just see it now because the relationship sector is a good place to kind of focus on because that's where it works the best, especially for us. Man, 3 years.
That's where the dynamic works the best. That dynamic of monetizing misery.
Yeah, monetizing misery, monetizing fear for Black folks.
All right.
Inya, I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. I got plenty of suggestions. I'd rather not share them because none of them are going to get applied.
Flag on the play.
What do you
Flag
mean?
on the play.
What do you mean? What do you mean flag on the play? We're not here for solutions. So why should I suggest any?
You're bothered by the dynamic, not us.
No, I'm not bothered by the dynamic. I'm just bringing it.
No, it's okay. Like, yeah, you're bothered by I'm
bothered by it. Yeah, I'm bothered, right. But I'm bothered by it, but that's why.
You want this to mean something.
Shouldn't it be meaning something?
I wish I had the Marlo clip. I wish I had this Marlo clip. Marlo from The Wire. You want it to be one way.
I don't want it to be one way. I don't want it to be one way. I don't want it to be one way. I don't want it to be one way.
Nah, it's a turn of phrase.
No, I get you. Right, but even in turn, I don't want it to be one way. I don't want it to be the other way. Believe me, I'm all about scorching this motherfucker. I would rather do that because at this point in time, it's useless.
Okay,
it's useless.
So you have a pessimistic stance?
No, I have a very neutral stance.
Mm.
It could all go to shit tomorrow. I don't give a fuck.
That's not neutral. That's pessimistic.
No, because if I want to participate in that, I'm willing to do that too. Exactly. That's what Quantum made the statement as to why I would never suggest nothing again.
What was it?
Remember, Inya asked the question. So what do I suggest? it don't matter what I suggest because it means different things to everyone.
Okay.
So guess what? Nothing will get solved if everything means something different to everybody. Nothing's gonna get accomplished then. Because everybody wants the meaning. Here's the trick to it. Everybody wants the meaning. Everybody wants the meaning for them to be the most important reason. We're not coexisting with everybody having their own reason. All of these ideas, all of these stances are not progressing the situation to get better. None of it's working. So
okay, so like I want to ground this. I want to ground this in like something concrete. So you want something to get better. Can you identify something that you would like to get better from what we do on these spaces? What do you believe should or could get better from this that's not getting better from this?
I mean, how people approach even having the relationship dynamic conversation.
Okay, so you think relationship conversations should or could get better from this, but they're not.
Yeah, they're absolutely not.
Okay, so where are we included? Where are we in the process of not helping that improve? How are we contributing to that? Either whether it's through by doing something wrong or by not addressing something wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like right or wrong.
We are lesser there. And that's why we are lesser there. Critically drinking is lesser there.
But even still, we're not pull something out for
we fall closer into the maybe could possibly help some people, but that it's
yeah, but without couching it, just bring me something. Give me an example, like something that we are failing on in this space. Like is it the tone? Like, are we having like nobody has the right tone? Everybody's speaking disrespectfully. Everybody's using the wrong word for something.
Okay, so my initial deal wasn't this space.
Right.
I'm talking candidly with this space because this people in this space are also in other spaces too.
Forgive me, like when I said this space that time, I meant like the relationship conversation space. So in the relationship conversations that we're having online on YouTube and stuff, what's something like specific that should or could have been helped? Like I say, like tone, because I know people used to get on Kevin Samuels about tone and word choice. Or somebody else might say, I don't like the word choice, like submit. Somebody else might say we shouldn't have men and women talking in the same spaces. Like give me like an identifiable that we have messed up on, in your opinion, like something that we've in this YouTube relationship space that we've messed up on that has not helped people.
Where we have messed up on is the fact that we let it be a popularity contest.
Okay.
Instead of who actually saying something important. That's the first thing we fucked up on. We made it, we put it behind likes and we brought it to YouTube. That's the first mistake, is we put it behind likes and subscriptions and we monetized it.
So it shouldn't have been tied to money. It shouldn't have been tied to money and entertainment, popularity.
Yeah. It should have never been tied to entertainment.
Okay.
Because that's a problem. That's a real ass problem.
Okay.
Right. But I get it. Everything can be entertainment because it's how you present it to different people. Different people get different messages in different ways. But the problem is that we've always been in this position of kind of infighting, and that's all it turns into. So the biggest mistake is that we made it a power thing. The second mistake is that we put any type of black psychology or black philosophical ideas behind it. Everything's tapped into everything in a relationship space is tapped into the Black Bible or Black spirituality or Black religion or how Black people view how relationships should go from the Black perspective in the Black lens, which again is only one of fear.
Okay.
Because the only story we told as black people, and the only story we get to experience, a lot of us as black people, is moving on up to the east side, to the deluxe apartment in the sky, getting out of a situation, trying to overcome something.
All right.
So we not even approaching it. We're not even approaching it as how can we get out of this together? How can you get me out of this? Everything is, even from the male perspective. What type of man are you valuable for? What type of man can you earn? You know what I'm saying? Like trying to make women feel like they gotta go through some type of loops to fucking get a man. You really don't. Sound like psychopaths or sociopaths. Don't want to be helped, can't be helped, can't recognize the help. But that's the thing. Nobody does. Especially now in the space we at, because, and here's what I really feel, this is what I really gonna air out some shit. It bothers me more because I know we talking to a bunch of 30 to 35 plus motherfuckers who really don't want to change how they approach shit. That's why when you be like, who do they benefit? I think it's all surface level. Because motherfuckers still can go back in their life and do what they want to do anyway. They're only gonna change the things they feel are super, like the weird thing about people is they only change, like they change. Nobody's really out here changing major shit about themselves. People only change
Gradually, small bits.
no, not even gradually to build up to the major change. They only change the things that's really inconsequential to the bigger goal. Right? So there's a reason why we put that's the reason why money seems to be the emphasis on how genes can change a situation. So we put emphasis on money, right? Which is the wrong thing to put the emphasis on, because that's not going to balance out a relationship.
That's fair.
People don't have to change themselves to fix relationships. They have to change. Right. But we don't. We can't change our view of people if this is the type of conversation we having. We can't. Because none of this conversation is talking about something that's going to be constructive. So you are seeing people outside of YouTube make big change. Yes. Because they don't because they don't consume a lot of this shit. You're not finna tell me it's relationships that's sustainable in this situation. People that broke up with folks because of the content they consume. People that lost relationships because they're in this spaces. People that it's yes, those are the people that's making the active change, because they not being like the black people that make that active change are the ones that we tend to turn our nose up at. Because they're not really concerned with the burden of being black like a lot of us are in this space. Because it's always tied back to that. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. This is all tied back to that. And I really do look like that little red thing in the corner right now.
Man, you really do.
It's all good.
Man.
It's all good. What do you believe is helping them make changes? Not consuming this. Not consuming this. It ain't this. Because this ain't helping. This ain't helping the people. This ain't helping enough to make a difference. This is skimming the surface of the problem That's why if you look at something like Kendra, right? Somebody that go on Kendra and pray to God that the right type of person to find them. Knowing goddamn well the person that's watching Kendra ain't the person they want to date. Ain't the person they want to date. That's why I'd be like, oh, you found me on the show. Yes, that's some lucky shit. I look at it like that. That's some lucky shit. Because we know damn well the person watching Kendra ain't the person that you want to date. See, y'all don't know. I watch that shit on Twitch when I be playing the game. That's how we kind of start off the streams, right? I'm pretty much invalidated for every woman that come up there.
I mean, that's real.
I'm off the block for every woman that come up there. Not because I ain't shit, but because there's no concrete. Anything about me are invalidated. Light skin, bald head, tall, age range, financial range, something. I'm bound to get cut. I'm bound to get cut out of that motherfucker list. Cause I'm there. And I'm probably representative of most people that's there. That's why when you talk about the motherfucker who put the comment in who had the comment for you, that's the same type of person. Same type of person. Come on, Yella. I'm asking, what do you believe is helping them? If it's that they're not consuming this, that's the thing. They're not consuming this because this type of entertainment or this type of help ain't helping nobody. Like, check it out. Like, I'll change it out of relationship stuff. It's weird for us to kind of be financial experts when we always broke. We are as a class broke as hell. You got people who teach certain financial literacy from a place of not even understanding. Because we don't have I'll share this without sharing this. I had somebody show me something that was amazing. Because they broke it down in a way that I've never seen on here on YouTube. Because black folks don't break it down like that. Black folks don't break financial literacy down to the realistic level. It's always how we gonna get rich instead of how we gonna get straight. Because we can't be okay with straight. We got to get rich, and if we don't get rich, we're not okay. Because if we're not rich, then we're not safe. Because it all stems from fear. Our monetary motivations is fear-based. We want to get rich so we don't get controlled by the government. Who the fuck you think finna control that money? You think you finna make all that money and not get controlled by the government? Let's be realistic. Nobody makes that much money and get controlled by the government. Because your ass will go to white jail too. For trying to motherfucking it's a lot of it. It's not consuming this. They're focused on what's telling them to get it done the right way instead of how bad it is. I guarantee you a lot of the people that's successful don't even give a shit about the male-female dynamic and how we are naturally and where we were supposed to be when Adam and Eve bit the apple and all. They don't give two rats ass about that shit. The place we trying to get is where the fuck they at. They don't give a fuck about what we talking about. That's why they not here. They being successful. They being happy. They being the weirdos that we tend to turn our nose up at. Do you know how much I want to disconnect from this shit? That's why I want to, because I want to disconnect from being black. Not that I want to save myself from motherfucking being a pros. I want to disconnect from the fear-based goddamn identity of being black in every aspect. Religion, spirituality, being a man, being in a relationship, having money, all of that shit. It's all fear-based and determined to send us up the fucking river. I wish one of y'all would talk so I could stop ranting.
Well, you gotta finish ranting so we can talk.
I'm trying not to be evil twin today, so I'm just trying to like give you room.
Yeah, get
to
that out. Get it out your
give you
system.
room to get the yuckies off.
Get it out. Get it out your system.
That's all.
Get the
But
yuckies off.
see, I also know that that's all it's gonna be.
That's all there was gonna be.
That's why I know that that's all it's gonna be.
What's all gonna be?
Venting. Yeah.
My husband watching One Piece and Luffy's
Yeah,
just fucking yelling. So
no,
sorry, y'all.
no, I'm saying I mean what I say.
Absolutely.
But the beauty in what I'm saying is that I also know that it don't fucking matter.
No, it's not that it doesn't matter.
It don't.
I think you misunderstand. What? I think you misunderstand because there's a point. If I listen to you as in Yella has a problem, let's figure out a solution.
Mm-hmm.
You're pessimistic and you're gonna say, well, I'm not gonna give anything about what I think should happen because no one's gonna listen anyway. So then I hear that and I'm like, well, I can either challenge that and potentially push him beyond where he wants to talk about it, or I can accept, just allow him room to live, to experience that reality, right? So now you've rendered me useless to the conversation. You've rendered me unable to be useful to the conversation. No, I'm just saying, like, if this was me and you talking and you came to me and you said, I see something, guys, I don't really like it, I'm gonna tell you what I see. Now, at that point, of course, I have my own perspective, but I'm going to listen to what you have to say. And when someone tells you a problem, you have two choices. You could say, well, are we looking at this as we're going to try to solve this problem? Or is this just you expressing how you're experiencing it? And if that's the case, I'm okay with that too, because I don't think every conversation has to have, it's not always about a problem to be fixed. Now, if you say, okay, it's a problem, and I say, well, how would you like to see this resolved? Can you tell me what a solution could look like? And you say, I'm not going to give you a solution because it's not going to matter anyway.
And real quick before you rebut. Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was like, so then at that point, I'm just like, I don't know what to say.
Let me just shout out before, because they might have dipped off already, but I wanted to shout out to Quantum and Dawn Frank for the cash apps. Do your thing and for the support, man. Thank you both, Quantum and Dawn, for the love and support for the channel. I want to let them keep rocking. Go ahead, yo.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, so at that point, I'm rendered useless to what you're saying you want is a solution. Now, maybe because of the dynamic of us saying that everything doesn't have to have a solution, sometimes we just having a conversation. So if we had a conversation, you're saying, okay, well, I'm just going to play into that and say, well, the solution doesn't matter. But it just leaves me, there's nothing I can do with that. You've rendered me useless.
And that's not my goal, because I want you to challenge it. When I say it doesn't matter, because that's ultimately my point. Like that's what I'm getting from it. You're right. I would like a solution, but there's no solutions that's going to be given good enough to make a solution. So it's like you call me pessimistic.
Right.
You call me being pessimistic about it. I'm not being pessimistic about it. I'm being neutral.
No.
In the sense of I was optimistic about it. I'm not going to be pessimistic about I'm not going to be pessimistic about it. I just see what it is because I'm still going to hopefully think that one day it'll start turning around. The only reason I'm saying something is because hopefully it'll turn around.
So you
But
saying something and speaking up is your solution. Is that a fair assessment?
I mean, I see the problem. Okay, let's for a better way to put it. I see the solution is that we're not going for a solution. Maybe we should start going for solutions. That's the problem. That's the problem with this whole entire gender war thing. Nobody's going to actually fix the shit. But this is what happens. When I say that, then it's like, well, what is specifically I've given you solutions for 3 years. I got to do it again.
Okay. Well, I think some of the understanding. Oh, hold on one second, girl.
While she's doing that, I would have to know what solutions, because I know you specifically said you weren't here to save anybody. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. In the fairness of this is a town hall, we trying to figure out what this space and the overall, like the micro and the macro, critically drinking versus and the relationship space in general. Like, and you say, man, I've been giving solutions for 3 years, and you've been saying, I just want to have fun. People can come and have fun. I'm not about solutions or saving the community.
But I have been giving solutions though. But I have been getting. Okay. That's what I'm saying. I could tell you that, man. Because don't get me wrong, I know the nature of our people, and I'm here for solutions. But don't ask me to give solutions, and I've been giving solutions.
Okay,
I've been giving them out. You know, so it's like if is my message ain't hard to decipher. That's the whole thing. Like, I could tell you that I'm not here to save nobody, but if I'm gonna be here with you, I'm gonna talk to you. I'm gonna try to give you some good advice. Because I'm not gonna try to take. My goal ain't to tell you something that's bad, because that don't sit well with me. But I get it. I get it, but it's just this is my overview of not it. That's what I'm saying. It's not really a us thing because we don't really fall into that. This is where I'm at with the overall place of the relationship talk for us.
I hear you. I also don't want to fully separate ourselves out from that, because also that feels too much like what you said about people. They never feel like it's them. You know what I'm saying? So I also don't want to.
I am. No, so I'm saying I don't mean to cut you off. Like, I get it, but that's you go ahead, bro.
Sorry, I'm bad. Sorry, I'm bad.
The thing is, many in this space are not honest. So can real change really happen? Not this show, but speaking on YouTube space as a whole. I think. Go ahead, Brie.
I have an assessment that I think people have misunderstood because of the effectiveness of what Rashawn was talking about, of people exploiting, what humans want, the things they tell, the stories they tell themselves. Make no mistake, YouTube was never a platform to come to if you actually really, there's the commodification. This is capitalism. I mean, America, it's always been commodification. Therefore, I think in the utmost, people who are trying to be commodified and build a platform to make money, I mean, there's just a built-in understanding that they're probably not generally there to help people. That's not the highest operating value, I would say. Not that they're not helping people. It's like business people who, take my course to learn how to, start a business. It's helpful. There's people who are going to find it, and they may actually find it helpful. But the utmost value here is not helping. It's commodification. And I think coming into the space thinking that it was the highest value was helping people, I think it's what has created this disgusting taste in your mouth of that's not really what's happening. And I don't know if there's anything that really can be done about that, because I'm more of a person that, like, the spirit in which it was started, the spirit in which the creator of it started it, typically remains. It remains, in spite of the new people who come in and try to make it something else. So if that is the purpose, then that's always going to be the highest functioning value set. And therefore, I don't think the conversation about fixing relationships, I don't think the key would be here on YouTube. And I think most people who come into space are already in life struggling. And so this is the space where they can come talk. So I also don't believe leaving here would fix it, because I think this is the state of people. I think most people are unable to cooperate, and unable to pair bond, and unable to relate to real people. And so they've come online, you know, it's kind of a spillover thing. So I don't know. That's kind of, I feel like there's a very uphill battle to try to change the point of something beyond the one realm you're talking about.
And I would go further to say, and to this point, to try to bridge this to what you're saying, offering solutions. Everybody doesn't have the same deficiency. Everybody doesn't have the same relational need or the same relational disposition. So I don't think there's a one size all like solution. Like, I don't think there's a solution that we can offer that will apply to everybody in the chat. So if we're talking about anxious attachment style, like there's 16 people watching right now, that might be 3 of the people. Only 2 of them may be having problems with that. So a lot of people they might listen. They might listen because they like us. They might listen because of the way that we describe something. They might listen for a whole host of reasons it doesn't even apply to them. So I think solutions, we'd have to cycle through so many solutions to touch something that's hitting everybody. Or talk about, like, we'd have to, shout out to She Diaries, aka my Twitch wife. Thank you so much for the cash. I appreciate you. Praise it. Thank you so much. Let's talk to Better Back Life. Drop that like as I'm moving through. Appreciate you. Brother Clarence in the building. Bravo with Sheila also coming through. Appreciate you coming. I just listened to her. She just had I think we'll call The Burning Flame. And I think it ties into like the whole Princella thing. People who have survived, gone through sexual assault, people who have been deeply harmed and hurt. There are like people like Bravo with Sheila who are definitely trying to speak to their experience and ways to heal and to cope, things like that. So there are people who are trying to give solutions, but again, those solutions only apply to certain people in certain parts of the process, people who are receptive. Like there's so much to it. So yes, we can speak to solutions. I'm not saying we shouldn't. We can speak to solutions, but I think with relationships, because they're so different for the person, for me and my understanding, without me knowing specifics of your dynamic, like me, you and Bree were talking, and she was talking about her relationship dynamic. Anything that we got out of that conversation, even if 2 people had similar temperaments and dispositions, they may need a total different prescription as far as the solution, because Bree and King will run into it this way, but the other person ain't Bree. And maybe they're also antagonistic, but maybe they have a little more malevolence to their antagonism. Maybe they're a little more mean-spirited and trying to harm, you know what I'm saying? I want to humble you. We don't know until you talk to the people in specific. So solutions kind of have to be tailored. All we can do is give general advice and general principles. And then you got to also talk about, like, consider the messenger. Like, who are we to offer solutions to think that we're going to solve anything? So there's the thing of humility. We can give solutions all day, but then they see me and you, we've been single for a minute. So how much can somebody really take stock in how well these things are? Like, we have to overcome the barriers. We have to overcome the barriers and objections of anybody that we're trying to sell a solution to. So, okay, well, who are, because it's not even us, but people, Yella, this is a real thing. Why would I take marriage advice from somebody that's not married? Why would I take children advice from somebody that's never had kids? That's real talk.
That's most of the people getting attention. So why you said Denzel been a lesbian for a year, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so she could talk about the nature of the men that she experienced, but why is she giving relationship advice then? Single people do the shit all the time. That was the whole gripe against Kevin Samuels. Single people do the shit all the time. Those are the main ones that's up here because they got a gripe with the shit too.
Yeah.
And
people
and
question it.
whatever their right, whatever their message is typically coming from their own disposition and unhappiness in how relationships are playing out. Right. So if I'm willing to tell you that, man, I'm single because I've had some really rough experience with women. I played a part in it too. But man, right now, just how I hear women talk and some of the experiences that I've had with women, it scares me to want to be in a relationship with a woman. However, everything I've ever said on this platform is only to try to see women be in relationships, to see that shit be, to see women and men be in relationships. I don't have a negative feeling towards relationships. I'm not in one because of where I'm at. I can come out of that, but that's because I know I'm gonna come out of that.
Okay.
But I can also say that I would probably put my opinion in a different position. I would not saying it because it's my opinion, but if I was to step back and look at that with my mind and hear myself, I would want to listen to me more because at the end of the day, I'm trying to see people be together without this dynamic. Because imagine having to sit up with your girl and wonder about the male female dynamic of the goddamn fruit fly and how that's gonna apply to you wanting to ask your girl to just spend a little time with you. Or you asking or like it's that type of shit. It really it's really that type of shit for us. Where the fuck did our relationships as black people start existing in that realm? That is crazy.
There's a lot.
That's
to that,
crazy. We the people who are talking about it have never existed in that realm. We're not even using the examples of good men and of reasonable male and female dynamics that have existed in our lifetime. We talking about the damn fruit fly, nigga. Like that is always going like the fact that she brought because she was if you look at the fruit fly, fly, bro, we've gotten that far.
Hey, don't get in the way of a good story, bro. Don't get in the way of a good story, man.
I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying. I get it. Don't let the truth get in the way of a good lie. But at the same time, make the story look good or something. Like, bro, I watch wrestling. Like, there's a difference between watching. There's something that a beautiful lie can do to you. A beautiful lie in a match can make you feel all type of shit. But you see a match that's some bullshit, and you be like, oh, this is clearly some bullshit. So, but now, Bree, I'm not trying to I'm really not trying to cancel you out. That's the whole thing about it.
I don't. It's not a. No, it's I don't. I see. I can believe the best in you. I know that's not what you're trying to do. I'm just saying that the reality of the dynamic is that when you say certain stuff, how you choose to say it, I'm constantly listening to you. I'm making decisions about how I'm going to respond based off what you say, or I'm trying to figure out context here based off what you're saying. So just understand if you certain things you say, I'm just gonna be like, okay, this is not that kind of conversation. So for me, okay, I'll listen. You just need somebody to listen. That's the conclusion I would come to. That's just the conclusion I would come to.
I mean,
that's the conclusion I would come to. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying because of how you said what you said when you said it. That's the conclusion I would come to.
Like, I just need somebody to listen to what I'm saying.
It's just like I could challenge you right? But we had that conversation earlier. Some of y'all don't like being challenged. That's
I mean,
why
you
we
can
either,
challenge
but
what
that's
I'm
why
saying.
that's
You can challenge
also,
what I'm saying about this because it's not. It's go ahead. Yeah.
no, I'm just saying, like, but I may decide, I know what comes with challenging. Like, you can go back and forth with me. I know we could do, like, that's why we evil twin. We could just go back. We can go back and forth, even if I challenge you, right? But like, depending on the emotional, what I'm hearing behind what you're saying, I may choose that may be like insensitive to like challenge you in that moment. Like, I'm okay with challenging you, but I may decide, I may yield because it's like he's really talking about something that's really bothering him on this level or this level. I may not feel that I want to challenge that, right? Because what the overarching point of what you're saying is not necessarily wrong or anything, but I understand if I challenge you, that's what it's gonna feel like. It's gonna feel like I'm saying it. So I listened to what you said earlier, so I'm also gonna understand it. If even if I challenge you, even if it's well meaning, it's gonna feel that way. And depending on the emotional state, I understand you're already coming from. I may feel like that's not a wise decision, or I may not want to proceed that way. You know what I'm saying? It's not like you try to do it. That's just me making a decision based on what I'm hearing. Because a lot of what you're saying is true. Like, I understand. Like, I'm hearing you. I'm hearing what you're saying. So my need to challenge you wasn't as important as like hearing that. You know. So that's why I'm kind of just like listening to what you're saying.
Yeah. I'm trying to resist a joke. God dang it.
Now you gonna have to go ahead and say it now.
She's Tim Rossing you.
What is Tim Rossing? I don't even know what that is.
The preacher with the yellow glasses.
I don't know who that is.
The guy from it don't matter. Yella no. The pastor.
You know who Tim Ross is?
The nigga who gave up his coat. How you give up your coat? I just wanted to point that out. How you give up your jacket to a chick after she called you abusive? Because I'm good. Yeah.
Oh
yeah,
Lord, now I'm gonna have to figure out the
dude
context because I don't know.
Yeah,
he was
Tim Rossing you.
Yeah. He was kind of like that. But I get what he's saying. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
But I don't want it to be that though. I don't want it to be a
Hold up, Yella. I need a moment. Yella, I hear everything that you're saying, and my heart breaks for you. My heart breaks for you. But nah, I mean for real. But not for I get you. I'm gonna let y'all rock. But that Tim Ross, it just felt like that Tim Ross moment. I think is it Tim Ross? Is that his name?
I don't know. I should have said my heart breaks for you. I feel like that would have triggered Yella.
I mean, I would say this.
Oh shoot.
And this is probably the best way that would explain this entire situation. Not with y'all, because there's a comfort level and an understanding that y'all hear what I'm saying. So it's been like a way to break the tension or whatever. But at the same time, yeah. Because in turn, this is going to translate as if Yella Yella's just pouring his heart out right now. And
so what if you are?
Y'all really not gonna hold on. Y'all really not gonna like this though. You're really not gonna like this. Bree, you know how many times I've done that on here and it hasn't been?
Hasn't been what?
It hasn't been effective. So this is what I'm saying. Ultimately, it's gonna be like, oh yeah, Yella's pouring his heart out, and that's how you feel, and we're gonna go on to the next thing.
Oh, I see what's happening here.
We're gonna go on to the next thing. That's how it's gonna be perceived.
It's like the air fryer.
It's It's not really. It's not really. No, it's not really. No, it's not like the air fryer. You dead wrong. Watch the damn air fryer.
That's facts. That's facts. And shout out Tyler.
You know what? We're not even doing this because my ears got hot.
Yeah, I had to. I
My
had to.
ears
I had to do
got hot.
something. I had to. I had to
My
break. I had to break
ears
the
just
tension. I
got
had to break
so
the
hot.
Mhm.
tension. I had to break the tension real quick.
Hey, let me read this message real quick for y'all. All of you have a tendency to be thought provoking. Everyone listening to Yella will think about it in the next few days. It takes time and commitment for change to stick. So that's a comment from the rafters.
I appreciate
Commitment
it,
averse people.
I appreciate it, y'all. That's cool.
Mhm. And to the poll, I mean, like you, I knew you was a little shaky when I said something about the poll. 76%, of course, said they have benefited, which is what you would expect. It's a lot heavy. Those people think they benefited. 6% said they have not benefited at all. 12% said maybe at one point they benefited, but not anymore. And another 6% said, I don't come here for growth. I don't come here for development. So that's the poll.
Yeah. Okay.
You're making a difference, kiddo, whether you like it
Yeah,
or not.
It sounds about right.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Bree. I get what you're saying, but I think you combined a couple of different things. There's your feeling about it, and then there's the unprovable fact. The unprovable fact is we can never know what impact we've had on somebody. You can never know, like, and because even to something that you said, the people that are happy are off being happy. If there's something that we have, not just critically drinking, if there's something that the relationship space has done to help somebody develop, they're probably then left the space off being happy now. Like if they needed help and they came and got the help, they might be helped and be gone. Because there's been a lot of people that are just gone now. They're not here any longer. So either they say, hey, this space did not help me, which is a help in itself. I realized that this was not a place to get help. And I went on to seek actual help. Or I got the help I needed and I'm gone. So then the question would be, I guess, for he who remains. He who remains 3 years later, is this the same thing as the healing journey that never ends? So for the rest of us that sit at the end of time in relationship conversations, are we just long-term teachers, guiders, or are we lost in limbo? So, I mean, that's a question. But I do want to say, I don't know if we know how many people were helped unless they came back and told us. And I'm not going to use a Bible story right now because I know you already talked about black people in the Bible. But, people don't often, people don't always come back. Like feedback at a restaurant. That's another way to say it. The people that have good out of a 0 through 10, a 1 through 10, the people that have a 1 come back and complain at least half of the time. The people that have 10 get a 10 experience, they might give feedback one time. They'll tell 10 people that they had a 10 experience, but they often don't give the feedback like how great this was to the place that had it. Like it's not something that a lot of people do. If it's really great, people don't, and the restaurants will tell you this, they don't get the positive feedback at the same rate that they get the negative feedback. It's just a truth. Like that's just something that happens. And they said, I'll keep coming. So because we also don't offer positive feedback the same way, it might be a thing that people might have got the help, but you're also not getting told that.
And I agree with that, right? Because it's never really a spoken thing on who I've helped, right? So this is what I want to say. I want to say that I appreciate the people who feel like something I have said has helped them, right? My main thing isn't about me. I'm using my disposition off of it because I know that I'm thinking on a grander scale, right? Me personally, it's whatever. It is whatever. You know what I'm saying? But I see that the space in itself is not necessarily being effective to getting anything done. Right. It's I'm gonna say it like this.
Say it, player.
And if folks might look at it crazy. If I helped you in this pain, that should tell you something about this space.
I can't
I
say
will
this guy.
say that, and this is me being completely honest with you. If I helped you, I am fucking batshit crazy. There's something wrong with me, people. Like for real. I appreciate it. That's kind of what keep me going.
ass.
I'm serious as fuck. Like, there's too many of us for me to be the one that's helping.
What is
I'm saying it's too many people with a bigger reach for me to be the one that's helping.
I'm about to send you some crystals.
But sometimes people can't receive it in those places because it's too impersonal. Disposition matters, man. Temperament and disposition is a real thing. Because I could never, like, if I was in church, I would never be a part of a mega church. I don't wait in lines. I don't do big. I don't do crowds. If there's ever a crowd, you'll never find me there. If I'm ever going to be helped, it's because I did not have to wait in a long line or go through a whole bunch of hoops. And other people are like that too. Some people like the small, intimate gatherings. Other people want those big flying chats. Some people just like that activity. Like, temperament and disposition matters. And I guarantee you, some people will seek out a place like this. As a matter of fact, we've had that on Twitch. People said, I have gone through and did it like a reverse search. I've gone through the people that had low viewers and sought the places with the low viewers. They came so that they could be seen. They were visible because there's not a whole bunch of people there.
Right.
There's that people, some people need that.
No, I get that.
All right, Bree. You want to dip out with saying something?
If y'all still here when I come back, I'll jump back on. But I need hot Cheetos and orange soda right now.
That is the ghettoest thing I've
Don't
seen.
Hold on. This is what you didn't need to do was comment.
Boom. Bye, Bree. Good to see you. Good to see you. Nice to see you.
I hate ninjas.
Yeah. That's what's helpful. A reminder, you can let your hair down and not apologize for it. Yeah. I'll be in that shy soon. What's up, nephew? What's that weather doing?
It's 36 and cold.
Boo.
It's cold as hell. But you know, it'll blizzard. It'll blizzard any second here. So my bad.
It will. I don't need it to be personal, but I need it to be timely. And typically within like larger groups, it's harder to receive anything in a reasonably fashionable time. Like, so I can't stand like, oh man, places where like the chat's flying. You know how many times you got to repeat something to get it seen or get your question answered? I'm not that person. I'm not very patient. That's why I need like smaller groups, smaller classes, smaller this, smaller. I would hang out in the hole in the walls. I wouldn't go to clubs. I'm not about to wait 15 minutes for my drink. Like, get out of here. Like, I got to pay for it and wait for it. Nah, get out of here. I prefer intimate settings.
Right in. You can walk right in and Miss Barbara Jean pouring your drink already.
Likes it quick as fuck.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, but I promise you, man, I hear everything you're saying. I just think that like to Bree's thing about challenging your position, man, I just think it's too big of an ask. So what I would have to do, I would have to take the elephant and take a bite out of it. So a solution, like for all of the different problems that our group of people has, or the group of people that might come across me, there's too many. I would have to pick one. and try to specialize in that thing. Learn as much as I could, learn to convey it and communicate it in as quick, digestible, and infectious way as possible. Like, so I know some methods to attack a solution, but I don't know what solution I would choose. So if you were to think of something out of all the things, I mean, because it could be communication. I mean, we were talking, so it makes sense that communication would be the thing that we would work on as a solution in the relationship space. Like, because I can't make other people try to work on a solution. Other people's solution might really just be the catharsis. I really do think there is a space in solution building or a solutions oriented thinking that has a place for people to vent. Now, every channel can't be a vent space, a gripe fest. That wouldn't make sense. Because then what do you do after you're done griping? That's something I was actually trying to build with Brie at one point, but me and her are both like the follow through and wanting to build something systemically and systematically. That's really not my forte. I'm not good with that. I need motivation for that, and I really don't. That's why I realized I wasn't, like I said, saving somebody. That really wasn't my thing, because I wasn't about doing the consistent and gradual work to do what you're talking about. Because that's what it would take: consistent and gradual work. And even when you're not seeing the rewards, you stick with it in the hopes that it's effective over time. And so that's an emotional thing that I wasn't ready for. So I would have to take, knowing what I know now, I would have to take one thing. Communication would probably be the best thing. And then I would have to like really craft something that was not only effective and digestible, but it would have to be catchy. It would have to be catchy because, like you said, you know your people. So you'd have to come up with something catchy that was both like Schoolhouse Rocks. It would have to give you some information, but in a catchy way, and that's memorable. So our solutions would have to be like that because of the attention span that we're dealing with. It would have to be like medicine hidden in sugar. So I mean, I promise you, I gave a lot of thought because I thought that's who I was. I gave a lot of thought to doing this very thing. So to you, if we were to do this thing and try to be solution oriented, is there a lane of solution that you identify as what you would like critically drinking to be a part of?
Okay. So the solution, I guess, how do we get back to wanting to be together? Because everybody and their mama can tell you how to be single and how great being single is.
Yeah.
How singleness gets you to this and singleness gets you to that. No, singleness gets you to being more single.
Facts. Super single.
We have drugged single into the ground. That's why most the people is single. I've told myself that it's just better being single. It's not. Because somebody asked me the other day, like, do you think you would be better with a partner? I said, yeah. I just wouldn't be good with the right partner. I'm okay, but I'm not the best I can be, and the best I would be with somebody. Would be being with somebody. Because how the fuck do you think we supposed to be on the planet with 7 million people and we ain't supposed to have no type of relationship with them that means something? It's all supposed to be superficial. We could build relationships. We got to build relationships on every other realm. I found friends easy as hell on 2K today. Just in there chatting with them. You make friends. Yeah, right. You make friends. Shame on you. So that's the first solution. How do we get back to that? Because don't nobody want to do that. That's kind of where I'm at. Don't nobody want to be together.
Conscious TV in the building. And I feel like OG Patrice. Did I shout out OG Patrice? I think I did. I think I did. I feel like I said something. OG. Shout out to OG Patrice and Conscious TV. I think the desire to want to be together can only be cultivated through heightening self-love and self-awareness. I don't think there's an outward answer, but one that unfolds itself as the work is done. I kind of agree for the most part. I think people, if it's going to be outward, it would have to be incentivization. And there's not a great incentivization to want to deal with an external person. There's not a real big thing for that. It's really hard to find incentivization outside of yourself to be in a relationship with another person, unless they carry something like they have money. So I want to be around somebody with money, or they got a house and I'm homeless, like the homosexual. I don't know how you could incentivize it. I think the only thing we could do is make dealing with that appealing. You know what I'm saying? We'd have to make it appealing. Like we'd have to do the work ourselves. Like, and I hate the. I only know one model for this. I didn't have sports. I didn't have sports when I was younger. I wasn't in Boy Scouts. I wasn't in martial arts. I know that was a stupid move. That's what made me. I had to act it out to make me think of it.
Clearly you wasn't. Clearly, nigga, not doing this, dog. You better fuck not been in that bitch doing this. The fuck is wrong with you?
Oh shoot! I'm trying to think of disciplines and philosophies that are not church, but I only know one model, man, and I'm gonna use it at the expense of being the black person that brings up the Bible. The only model I know of doing what I'm talking about would be like the Jesus model, like the shine, the let your light so shine. We have to be the example. Like I'll say it a different way. I used to go to a bar. I used to go to this bar, right? And because I was familiar with that place, if I'm familiar with people or a place, I'm extroverted. Like my introversion is really from anxiety, social anxiety, and unfamiliarity. Like, 'cause I don't like ambiguity. I don't like not knowing if this is going to ruffle somebody's feathers, if this is going to da-da-da. So all my nervousness and introversion comes from not knowing. But once I was familiar with a place, I would act like I kind of ran the place. I owned, like I was completely comfortable in a space because I knew the people, I knew the players, I knew the environment, like the back of my hand. So somebody that approached me, a woman that approached me, and one of the things she told me later on was like, it was just like it's like you own the place. Like, cause I moved around fluidly. I talked to anybody. I talked to everybody. I was so comfortable. I would talk to somebody new to make them comfortable. I knew the security. You know what I'm saying? It was just like I talked to the owners. I would sit and drink with everybody. Like it was one of those things. It was one of those things that's attractive because if you look like you're fun, if you look like you're likable, then other people are more prone to want to have fun with you and like you because it's appealing. You've already proven that. That's one of the things that people are talking about in the red pill space, mate selection, like pre-selection or something like that. Women will choose men that already have a mate because you've already proven you can do it. The risk is less. Oh, people already like you. I don't have to find out later you're a weirdo. People gravitate towards you. So I think as men, we would have to show that we're safe, that we're fun, that we are not predatory. I think, unfortunately, we would have to show people that we can be the type of guy and interest them in relationships again. Like, wow, we've heard that on a straight level. We've heard that on platonic levels. You guys give me hope in people your age. You guys give me hope in people of your demographic. We've heard that a few times. So I think that's a thing that that's something that's in our wheelhouse. We could do stuff like that. We could be examples. But again, it's not going to work for everybody. But it's something we could do. I agree with that too.
Okay, but my thing is this. Anybody can be, motherfuckers can be personable. Like having cool people around you and all that is cool, but we're not talking about that. So to say that romantic relationships ain't necessary, then I'm just going to argue that having this conversation is unnecessary then. That's what we're talking about, is having romantic relationships. Hence my point of why are we talking about the male-female dynamic of the fruit fly if we're not going to be talking about that. Everybody's personable. Yeah, you can, because I agree, like, that'll help with mating. But then what? Because if she's looking at, oh, like, yeah, he's safe, but then again, it's gonna be a problem somewhere else down the line.
You can't account, like,
but
what is that?
But
No one man can have all that power.
Hold on, bro. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. To say that it's got to start off with us presenting safe is never gonna happen because they hate us, nigga. We ain't never gonna be able to be. That's who we talking to. People don't even want to be in relationships. That's what I'm saying. I don't think relationships are necessary. People don't even want to be in them. How's somebody supposed to view a man as safe and you don't even want to view relationships as something that you want? That ain't on us. It don't matter how safe it don't matter how safe we are. It really doesn't. Telling us that we got to present safely is not going to stop them from feeling the way they feel. Because then that doesn't necessarily discount the other dudes that's not gonna do that. Because men ain't safe. Nobody is fucking safe. Nobody is safe. Hold on, real talk, bro. Like, real talk. Because that's a thing that's been put on us. Like, you can't say we gotta present, because the women ain't presenting safe. The women ain't presenting safe for the men. Nobody is presenting safe because nobody wants this to happen. So if you don't even initially want the thing to happen, how are you even safe to get into this agreement with? And I'm gonna back up, but that's all I'm saying.
All right. So safe was a bit of a trigger word. What I mean by safe, though, what I mean by safe is that, like, even with the comment, I'm gonna bring the comment back up. Even with the comment, like you said, people will say stuff like this, and then they'll have like, you got the personal attack at the end. I don't like your beard, your double chin, or your wide back. She's not presenting as safe like you're talking about. She didn't come across, she's not psychologically safe. She meant to do harm to me. She meant to inflict harm. Now, as the adult, the emotional adult in the interaction, as the person who I'd like to believe myself to be mature, I can recognize that she was immature, was lashing out from her sense of hurt, and protecting her queen, Prince Yella. Cool. I can eat that. I'm a grown-up. I'm not this right here. Hold up. Because she was like this.
You're a victim.
Here we go, CS.
I don't want to be a victim. Her words have little effect on me. I do have a sparse beard. I don't really particularly enjoy this either. So I concur with her. I don't like the double chin either. I concur with her. I don't like my wide back either. I concur. I agree with her. But she's not safe. And a lot of people would be like her. They'd have a lot of negative things to say. That's a part of life. I can't stop that. I can't stop that people are assholes. That's not my job. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying, though, is that when somebody comes to me with lemons, like your slogan, you bring me lemons, I'm going to make coffee. That's my character. That's who I choose to be for myself. Because if I am retaliatory, you know what I look like? Like what she's talking about. I walked away from men for 4 years ago because of and I'd be the person to confirm everything that she's saying. So either I could get my rocks off and go back at her and match her energy, or like I talked about on this, And I'll re-give this message again. I'll re-give it. I haven't talked about it in a while because I said everybody's wrong when they keep talking about matching energy. It's thoughtless. Let me say it like that. It's a thoughtless idea to match somebody's energy. What you need to do is match intensity, not the energy. Because if you give somebody energy for energy, it's typically going to amplify. It's typically going to amplify. So if I come at her as hostile as she came at me, we're going to keep going back and forth, and it's going to be the gender war. That's the thing you're talking against. You're saying that's not being helped. Do you know what helps that, Yella? When people are at war, somebody not fighting. Especially if life is not on the line. My life is not on the line. It would help for me to not be a combatant, to confirm that she's at war, because she's not really at war. She's not really at war with black men, but she believes she is. And if somebody believes they're at war, the best thing for me to do is to not play into that. So when I say safe, I'm not saying pretend to be safe. I'm not even saying try to convince somebody that you're safe. I'm not saying tell somebody that you're safe. I'm saying you remove yourself from combat. And people will recognize, because people have recognized that about me. I do not play into the conflict. And it makes them change their stance. And again, I did a stream on this too. The adult, parent, adult, and child, parent, adult, and child psychology. Like you can be inside those three domains. The one up, the neutral, and the one down. Went through this as well. If somebody's trying to step into the adult, the authoritarian, if somebody's trying to be one up, the only way you can continue the conflict is if you agree and choose to go into the one down position. That's the only way it can continue. You agree to it. Or you can both fight over both being one up and you contend constant conflict. But if you remove yourself from the dynamic and become neutral, take the adult, the mature position, they look stupid. It's like somebody yelling and you're ignoring them. It looks stupid. So most people move, they change because it doesn't make any sense. So somebody like her, if she was in the chat right now, if she was just spamming the chat with a whole bunch of negative stuff, but I didn't respond, it would look silly. She looks crazy, not me. But we can't keep playing into the same dynamics that got us here, that you're complaining about. You're saying there's a problem with these dynamics. Why would I continue to be a part of that dynamic that's failing? The only solution, like it would be, what is it, insanity to do the same thing and expect a different result? I have to do something different. What would be different is not combating somebody who's trying to combat me. And again, I hate that that's another biblical principle, but it is. There are so many things I've learned, unfortunately, even as a non-Christian, from the Bible that apply. Now, it won't woo everybody. It won't sway everybody, but that's also not my job. But I've seen enough people say that you move different. And I see that you move different. And I saw when there was a conflict, you move different. I've seen it move enough people like, okay, he's on a different type of time. He's on a different energy. Like there's something there. There's a there. I wish I knew how you did that. I've seen and heard that enough times in my life that I know that it's effective. Not 100% of the time, because some people will never come out of combat. Some people will never take off the fatigue. Some people will never put down the gun. That's not your job to get them there. But your job is to choose, how do you want to live your life? Do you want to live your life in constant warfare because somebody else is always trying to fight? Especially like, this is not real combat. This is not like somebody's really trying to kill you. This is all ideological warfare. And since nobody's trying to kill you, there's no real obligation to take up arms. There's no obligation to do that. So since there's no obligation to save your life because there's nobody's really trying to kill you, why not just step back and be like, I don't have to be like them? And then they can see like, why are these dudes different? And maybe they look, maybe they don't. But you've made an active choice to be different. You've made yourself safe, whether they agree or not. It's on them to change their perspective. You just show them something different. That's what I'm talking about. When I talk about safe, I'm not trying to sell safety. I'm just saying be different. Be different because you want different. Bree's back with her Cheetos and orange soda.
It's so good. Oh my god, that might be the solution. Hot
With orange
Cheetos,
soda
orange
and the hot
soda.
Cheetos.
Ooh,
Kneel before Christ.
so good.
Yeah. But yeah, match the intensity. So I match the intensity, like when I'm saying like as strong as somebody's trying to attack me, I defend or repel as strong as they're trying to attack. But I don't attack with the same force that they're trying to attack. That's just combat. So I deflect with the same intensity as they're trying to attack. So I didn't like, so this comment, she was trying to harm me. I don't actually wish her any harm. I don't hate her. I don't hate black women. So all I'm going to do is use the same intensity to illustrate the problem that she brought up. She posted something publicly. I'm posting it publicly. I'm using it to do something positive with it. Same intensity. We both sharing something. We're both sharing this very same words, but I'm doing something different with it. As opposed to attacking back and lashing out with my own words. That's an example of what I'm talking about. You can't kneel to a demigod that isn't here, and that's fair. Your perspective is what everybody's allowed their perspective. Because again, I'm not a Christian. Oh no, he's inside you right now. I can't stand. I don't even know which one of y'all did that. I can't stand y'all. Oh shoot. But yeah, I mean, but that's where I'm at. I know. I can't again like to your point, Yella. No solutions. I know me saying that is not going to sway you. And I didn't even say it to sway you. I said it to drop a seed. Maybe you hear it, maybe you don't. Maybe you understand it, maybe you don't. Maybe you receive it, maybe you don't. All I can do is do what's in my heart and what I believe is the right thing to do. But then the rest is up to the other person. And that's where I've got to leave it. Like my work is to do my side of it and then to hand it over. And either other people take it and run with it or they don't. But I have to leave it there for my own peace of mind.
I mean, I was waiting on Bree to talk because I mean,
Oh, you look like you was about to say something, so I was just
I mean,
waiting.
I've been kind of going. I ain't trying to, because I can, like I can. So that's why I'm like, I know you just got back with your snacks.
Oh yeah, I just been enjoying my snacks. I was listening in the car on the way to get my snacks, and I'm listening. I'm not here to be antagonistic today, so I am putting my listening
Okay,
ears on.
so it's not about being antagonistic. Like, say what you got to say. Like, just say it. It's
speak, demon.
Also, what's the actual
what
what was the main talking point at this very moment? Because it kind of got convoluted for me.
That black woman under 5'2" are trash.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, except my wife, midnight snack, except you.
But I heard that the thing that jumped out to me, y'all having a conversation about, I kind of laughed in the car when you were like, they don't want to be in relationships with us. They hate us. Like, all of that stuff. And I think that's true. I think people have focused their attention to everything else and then feels like when they roll around to it, they can be in partnerships. I honestly just don't think people are interested in doing the things that you would need to do if you really wanted to be, like, if you really say you wanted a relationship. I mean, it's hard. We know that. That's why people are opting out, right? So, Rashawn's a little whore. So yeah, that was interesting that, when you said that jumped out at me. But other than that, I mean, once again, I mean, a lot of how I decide who I want to be in this world is based off my belief system. And also, I know that's not one we share. So I think a lot of this for me is less confusing and less overwhelming because I have a system of belief that tells me how to, deal with some of this stuff. Why are you making that face?
Well, because we really did end up in that same dynamic. You're Tim
Mhm.
Ross. I'm the two hardly initiated guys by weight,
Mhm.
and I'm holding that position. And Yella's the Prince
Mhm.
Yella. It's Prince Yella. Well, like
Yeah.
we're holding that
Oh, that's
same
Tim Ross, the skinny
Tim.
guy.
Yeah.
Okay, that's him.
And
Okay,
I'm
yeah,
the
he gave her the
podcast
jacket.
host. Yeah,
Right.
I'm the podcast host, and it's Prince Yella. Like we're actually working. We're going through the exact same cycle where you're doing the from my Christian lens. Like I see what you're saying, but I have a faith system that addresses. I have Jesus that answers the question that you're proposing. Like you're doing the exact same Tim Ross thing.
Yeah. But for me, it's just kind of like I respect that we don't have the same, so I'm not gonna try to sit here and be like, well, for me, but I mean, in all honesty, I think that's why some of it is less. It's not as I don't know. It doesn't get to me.
Yeah, I get you. I'm in the middle. I'm like in the middle. Like I believe the philosophy and principles of what you talk about, like what you believe, applies to what Yella's identifying as a problem. I don't think it's the full solution because I believe there's a lot of problems with Christianity, not just the religious practice, but I mean like the faith. I think again, that's me. Everybody ain't got to
Oh
take
yeah,
that.
no, I don't think that that belief helps. He's watching fucking One Piece so loud.
It's okay.
Sorry, it's not.
Can a black man enjoy himself?
Why Luffy so fucking loud?
Have you seen Luffy?
Yeah. Anyway, but
he's loud.
It doesn't address like that problem, but it's just I think it starts at a higher level as far as how you see like how I deal with humanity because of it. You know what I'm saying? So some of this for me is a little like it's reactive to it's on the back end to try to fix relationships without addressing people's perspective and how they treat humanity as a whole and see humanity as a whole. So like for me, it's kind of like it's a little late in the game. Like by the time you get to relationships, the people trying to join together as humans, you late. You late on the uptake. You know what I'm saying? It's a human issue as far as like how you see humans, what value you put on humans, and why. You know what I'm saying? And so that's where I feel like it starts, and that's where I feel like my belief more so is helpful in that spot. Less on the relationship part. I don't think Christianity or believing in Jesus is going to help you be in a relationship. You know what I'm saying? It ain't got a lot of answers for that to me, but yeah.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Only thing I want to introduce to it though is I'm not sure. Like the lies we tell ourselves. I mentioned that earlier. I think relationships is another one because I think a lot of people haven't had a lot of relationships. Like especially a lot of people that are talking negatively about relationships. They really haven't had as many of them as like the whole red pill sector. Like one or two bad experiences, and these dudes are like done. Like they're raging. I would say similarly, like the type of people that I would say a lot of women are choosing and what they're basing their choices on don't lend themselves to steady long-term relationships. Because again, we don't have a mechanism for teaching people how to sort or choose for relationships. We don't do that in our families. We don't do that in school. There's no place where people choose or teach people how to choose for stability, what it would look like, what it would mean, some of the drawbacks. Because we don't have that, I think a lot of people, even if they're having multiple types of, let's say, relationships, they're hooking up with a lot of people or they're in a lot of situationships, they're not having a real relationship. They're not having a real collaborative and cooperative situation with another human being in a romantic, in a situation. So I don't think a lot of people, even if they're involved with a lot of people, they're not actually having relationships. So to Yella's point, like the single leads to being single, I think there's a lot of people stuck in dating and talking to and kicking it, but I don't think they've had the mutual investment to work on something collaboratively to develop relationship skills. I don't think people are getting to that point. They may have gone through 20 people, but it's never to a degree where they're collaboratively working on something together. You see what I'm saying? Like,
and have had to build that resilience with conflict and all that stuff, and like people walk away very easy. Yeah.
So I don't think people have practiced the investment and commitment to even have a relationship. So they don't have any relationship muscles. but we believe in our minds, we're telling ourselves we are having these relationships, and we're not. Like, so we think we want a relationship, but we don't even know what it is, because we're actually ditching people because we're starting relationships with them. The moment the relationship is kicking in, we're dumping them. Like the moment there's something uncomfortable or they're bringing their wants and needs to us, it's like ill, ick, no, you're oppressing me, you're too much, and then we're pushing them off. So the moment the relationship is getting ready to start, I think that's when most people break off the dealings with each other. But again, that's an opinion I've been thinking about, because when I'm hearing people talk, it doesn't sound like they've ever had a mutual investment in building something together. It's in the dating process. The moment they get a little close or some kind of tie-in where they are both smart, like let's both pour into this thing. Nah, I don't think I want to do that. But go ahead, Yella. I heard you.
Because they don't want to do it. Everybody wants the attention. Everybody wants that type of feeling. But if you sit up saying that it ain't necessary, then that part is going to always be a problem. You can't work on something. You can't fix something that you don't deem necessary. You can't fix something that don't have some level of importance to you. Why are you fixing the car if you don't need to drive it, motherfucker? I don't need to drive this car. It's just gonna sit here. I'm not finna change the alternator in it. So if you don't deem it necessary, then you're not going to be able to handle when they come in and certain things give you the icks and you figure out how to get past it. Because it being important to you is what's going to help you get past it. It meaning something to you is what's going to help you get past it. Because everybody come with icks, especially now. We grown as fuck. All of us come with icks.
Facts. People don't have the muscles. People don't have the temperaments or the just nothing. Just highly neurotic when it comes to relationships. Best way I can think of it. You know, like super neurotic people that if one thing's out of place, so the whole thing is just too much for them. They're overwhelmed.
Because it's about them. And it's only about how they feel, because all they've done is focus on self. How self thinks, how self looks at it. That's why I get it. It's motherfuckers can feel like want to feel about it. I get it on trying to improve yourself as like you are as a human being. But if all you doing is working on yourself and focusing on yourself, you're not just going to be able to fall in line with somebody's life goals and life plans, especially when you old as fuck.
I hear you, man. I hear what you're saying. Like, value, people got to value it. I don't think necessity is necessary for people to value something, because we pour our time and attention and the money into a lot of things that are unnecessary. Like, so I don't think necessity for relationships is necessary for you to value it. I mean, because I see people like what you're talking about, like the booming economy of this thing. It's not a necessity to have platforms that kind of degrade relationships, but they're valued. They're valued to the point that people will make these people somewhat like comfortable. I'll say, I won't say necessarily all rich, but they get real. Some of them get real comfortable. So if there's a value to it, I think it would be more on our side. On our side, I think it would be useful to identify why there's value there and address that. And to me, that's why I was talking about with the whole being different, because a platform that's about pointing out the flaws of something, it only has validity as long as what they're pointing out is true. So like addressing why it's true on our side, to me, makes more sense, because it's within my control. Like, it's within our control to control us, our side of the equation. That makes sense. I don't want to try to sell anybody else on being in a relationship with me. So for me, I'm with the self-development aspect for the self. If you choose to, it may not be worth it. Like, I am one of those people, like, if I develop for me, I want to do it for me. I'm not developing for a relationship. I'm not one of those people that really desire the responsibility that comes with the relationship. Because I was in a serious committed relationship, I know the responsibility of it, and it's more than I want. And I think it's okay if you understand that. I think like when Conscious is saying people really do desire relationships, I think people want the positive sides of the relationships. Having somebody there when you're sick or when you want attention or when you like all that stuff. People want the positives, but you also have to want or at least be willing to deal with and live up to the other side of it, the responsibilities. And I think that's where people fall into what Yella said, like the icks. I think the icks are responsibilities that come along in a relationship, and people are making them something that's like a red flag. I'm not going to tolerate this, that, and the other. I've heard people complaining about all kinds of stuff, including housework. Like, if it's something to the degree that you're eliminating somebody from your life over housework, and this is where it gets me, and forgive me, this is where it gets me. This is a pet peeve of mine. People are constantly online, and this is online. In person, I'm not sure they make the same moves. I've seen people tolerate a lot in person, but online, everybody's getting ready to get rid of a man because he won't do the chores the way she wants him to do the chores as often or as much or whatever. But then they'll say, I don't need another kid. So you have children with this man, and you'll do the chores for them, but this man, you won't do chores for him. You want him to share that duty. Man, I understand reciprocity. If that's what you need to feel loved, is for him to engage back in certain tasks and chores, I get it. But I want people to, what I would like for people to admit is that I just don't love the man. I don't love him, because if I'm willing to do this for my children, I'm willing to do this for my children. I'm absolutely willing to make a plate for them. I'm willing to do the laundry for them. So it's not the task. The task is not what bothers me. I don't want to do it for you. I won't do this for you. So that's what I really wish people would do. Be honest about that part. Because I hate that. I hate that. But again, that's a pet peeve. That may not be everybody, anybody, or anything. But man, I hate hearing that. So I'm like, ooh. But anyway, sidebar.
A lot of married people don't like each other, so
that's what I'm saying. I'm like, man, I wish
I was
people
having
could
that
admit
conversation the other day about people will be like, my husband or my wife is my best friend. I'd be like, that's cap.
Yeah,
that's cap. Because I've seen a lot of people who are a certain way with their best friends, and you're not the same way, and that's okay. I think it would be helpful if people are just more like, we have a lot of fanciful language around relationships, and I just wish we could get rid of a lot of it, because I think it's confusing people about what to expect. Like you said, some of that stuff about who does this and what does what and what's allowed and how we have to handle conflict is just because of language that is just not the best for what is really going on. So I do agree that we just need better language, and people need to stop with the fanciful language, because it's really confusing people on the outside looking in, and they're going into relationships carrying all this what they've heard it should be like, and a lot of times the language was bad from the get-go.
Yeah. And Greg, here's the thing. That's an assumption, because I'm going to tell you, I've heard a lot of the people that say this, and a lot of times they're leaving out a lot of context. A lot of times men and women do different duties in the home, and it's not a lot of times the guy is not just doing nothing. And there's a lot of truth that a lot of people try to tap out of the relationship duties. I'm not saying that, but I've heard some very, very spoiled, pampered people complain about the sharing of chores, and sometimes they were stay-at-home partners. Like, you a stay-at-home mom, and he's like got to come in and take care of stuff. It's like, what? I don't know. Some of the stuff is too much, and I hear people complaining, but not all of it. Not all of it is legit. That's all I'm saying. Not everybody that's not wanting to wash dishes is a bad partner. Y'all already agreed to divide the labor a specific way, and then you still want somebody to come in and do so. I mean, I've seen it all, but I've also seen complete bums too. So I'm not negating the fact that some people get some dudes that just don't want to do anything. But I really get sick of hearing, and I guess that's the online space. The online space does magnify the negative stuff. People are complaining about stuff that really probably shouldn't complain about. And also they don't share their part of their failures. Like, oh yeah, my partner's not doing this, but what are you not doing? A lot of people don't give context. They don't give the contract.
I'm perfect. I'm married.
Everybody's
and
perfect.
I am perfect because
and the other person's a trash, like just magically.
Yeah. No, I'm telling facts
person.
though. Like, I am literally perfect. I never do anything to my husband, and I'm 100% always right.
Yeah.
It's great.
And I get it, Greg, but here's the thing. Like here's the thing. Here's what I'm talking about. So like you're saying he's not fixing something or mowing the lawn while she's cleaning. The dishes get done more frequently than mowing the lawn, but mowing the lawn is more strenuous and involved. Like we try to make everything tit for tat. And if you get into tit for tats, you're probably not in it for the right reasons. Like, why does he have to be mowing if she's cleaning? Why can't we just have our assigned duties and we talk about it, we discuss it and decide who's going to do what, who's going to do how much of what, and we abide by the agreement that we make? Why is that so difficult? Why don't we teach people to do that instead of trying to calculate, well, you mowed the lawn for 2 hours, so now I've got to do 2 hours of cleaning before I ask you to do anything. Like the tit for tat stuff, I'm not a fan. But again, this is one of those little pet peeves, and it's an internet pet peeve. I know it's couched in the internet. Because people in real life, we got to figure this stuff out or they don't work out.
Yeah, it's a lot of that though. Even like feeling like you have the right to control your partner's freedom because you feel a way about how tasks. I don't know. That's just weird. Like I'm over here and you're over there relaxing, so you need to get up and be moving because I'm moving. You know, like, and I've seen it. We have those conversations, and it's just weird how people think. What people think it means to be in a relationship and what people think that being in a relationship with somebody gives them the right to be to that person. Like, I think a lot of that is just weird. I think people have a lot of weird takes on it. And that's why it's always a power struggle. Because I think people are always trying to take away the autonomy of somebody else because you giving me a title. Now I get to be your, I don't know what the fuck it is, but it's weird.
Nah, I agree with that. Now, Yella, I can't remember exactly what your response was. So refresh my mind. When I ask you, as far as critically drinking, how would you want us to add a solution to the message? Do you remember what you said? Like, as when we're like delivering something, how can we be more solution oriented? Like with an action item. Like, and I remember I use the example like communication. I think communication will probably be more along our realm since it's a communication platform. But
I don't think critically drinking ain't solution based. Period. I'm not saying that. Like it's the reason that I like being over here is because they get glazed over at least. You know what I'm saying? They at least get looked at.
Yeah, we touch on it a little bit.
Just you know what I'm saying? But what I was saying, okay, so that was something different. I don't really look at it as we could add anything to that. But if I was to look at like how would if we were to say we were to take critically drinking and step it in a different direction, as specifically the relationship shit. That's ultimately why it's called the booming economy of the relationship. Because again, I don't need to know the male and female tendencies of the goddamn fruit fly if that's not going to help me improve my chances on having a happy relationship with a woman. I, as a man, don't need to learn that. I don't recommend any man learns that if he wants to learn how to if he wants to empathize, be able to empathize with women. That's not going to help him. Right? I think we've thrown so much into the fucking jambalaya that people don't want to try it. So what is, like you said, what would be something that we could do? How do we it would always start with the question like, how do we get people to want to be in relationships?
You did. That's what you said. Yep.
Right. How do we get people to want to be in relationships? because that's not even really getting addressed. That's why I'm saying after 3 years, this ain't like I said, this ain't the be one way, but all of the things have been said on how to be by yourself. All of the things. Not once have we touched on, hey, how do we encourage people to get back out there and try again? How do we encourage people to get on the horse? Because we damn so good at encouraging people to be by themselves, especially if we benefit from it. Especially like I said, especially if most of the new wave businesses and shit like that is based off of healing from trauma. We profitize. We that's why therapy and the entire commercialized therapy, if I can make that more specific, so like that we can get the commercialized therapy, has taken the authenticity away. Because we are always in a state of self-diagnosis. We're always trying to find something wrong with ourselves. You know what I'm saying? I get that, but at some point, you got to encourage the people to get back to wanting to be around other people. Because that's not going to happen unless they're around other people.
Can I ask you a question?
No.
On that point. Is it fair for me and you to encourage people to do that if we're not doing it?
I can't say that I'm not there.
Okay. All right.
I can, because then maybe that's where my thing is coming from. I'm not saying I'm not there. I don't discourage relationships.
Well, no, I mean for your personal self. I don't mean encourage or discourage.
I'm for my person. No, that's what I'm saying. Look, I'm definitely like doing like Kevin on Home Alone right now. But you know, friendly face come by. I'm not opposed to not letting the iron hit her on the head. That's all I'm saying. I'm just opposed to not letting that happen. You know what I'm saying? But that's the thing. Like my thing in a nutshell is I'm not discouraging it. I would definitely rather put myself in that environment because I would like to encourage myself to want to be back in that position.
No, that's fair. That's fair. All right. That's cool. I will definitely look for you to encourage people to get back in the game, man. Because I can't encourage people to do something that they might not be ready for. That's I hear what you're saying. I'm not trying to, you know what I'm saying? I'm not you. I just know, man, because I know me, because I'm not ready, and I don't want to encourage me. You know what I'm saying? Like I wouldn't encourage me, because it's just hard. It's just tough. But I do want people to get into better relationship with themselves. That's what I've been trying to do. Like get a better relationship and understanding of yourself. I do think that helps you get a better relationship and understanding with others. It's helped me with my family. As far as it's just the romantic thing. The way my checking account is set up. The way my checking account is set up. My checking the savings. It ain't set up for that. So, you know, it is what it is.
So can I ask a question? So why is it that everybody can tell me how that's benefited for them except for in relationship settings?
What you mean?
Because it's how even you just said it, like having a proper relationship with yourself, understand how to apply to other people. Like it helps with people that you have relationships with.
Yeah.
Right. But then if you don't start one with somebody then it's not going to help. If
Oh,
you don't
yeah,
start it, right. Okay, so they can it's applicable to parents and siblings, and I get all of that. Because I get all that now, and I'll double down on it. Me understanding myself more made me understand my brother a lot better. I used to get pissed at my brother because I felt like we didn't get along because he wouldn't talk to me, and then I had to understand who he was because I became a certain type of way, right?
Yeah.
Same thing with my mom. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with my pops. We still butt heads, but I got I try to have a better understanding because of who I am. That doesn't translate to man and woman in a relationship setting. That doesn't. You know what I'm saying? Because I only know how to approach the people that I've already prior known. I have prior knowledge to them. Right? I have a prior preset relationship to them. So the reason I'm able to self-reflect and figure out myself and then come back and figure out who my brother is because I already got a set relationship with him. Only experiencing that relationship with him will then in turn show me how I'm better to be a better brother to him. Be a better understanding of him. Because there might be somebody doing the same thing for a completely different reason. They might be being an asshole, which I was thinking my brother was being an asshole, but he was just being him. So I can't understand how to be a better partner for anybody else unless I become a partner for somebody else. And I figure out what they need. If I've only learned myself, then I have no skills of anybody else. I don't have no skills to deal with nobody else. I only have the skills to apply what I want to the situation. That's why most of the situations fail, because as soon as it gets out of that's what you was talking about when it goes to the ick. As soon as it gets out of any way of the what I want it to be, motherfuckers hitting the door, and that's man or woman. Motherfuckers hitting the door. Because we focus so much on what we want, on what I want, on what I want. You don't learn how to play with a team by playing by yourself. Like you don't really learn how to cooperate. You might learn. If I'm the quarterback, I don't know how to communicate with my team. I might be able to stand in the backyard and throw the ball through the tire. I might be super accurate at all of that, but I don't know how to lead a team. I don't know how to guide a team. I don't know how to calm my linemen down. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how to call out certain. Okay, that takes time with actually doing the thing. Not doing the thing does not prepare you for that. You don't go from just throwing the ball through the tire to performing at the Super Bowl and thinking that you just know how the team gonna work. That don't work like that.
I get you. But you also don't even make the team. You don't make the team if you're not out there throwing the ball through the tire. So like they're both important. So I'm saying if you haven't developed the self skills to bring to the team, you don't make the team. Like you're not even suitable to even work on the partnership and team building exercises because you don't even have the one-on-one skills to be applicable in the team setting. So you have to know what you want. Like you said, you only know you, but you got to know the you that comes into the team, because the other person going to say, hey, why did you make that cut over there? Oh, because I saw this and I saw the gap. So I cut, but I knew I saw this moving over this way. So I cut in preparation. Okay. But that's because you knew you. You've got to be able to know what you're doing and explain that to the other people on your team or your partner. Like, so I don't want it to sound like it's being diminished, like the self-knowledge and self-awareness, but also the self-expression. You have to be able to express your part to bring into a team setting.
Right. I get that, because like I'm not taking away the work. doing that part. The correlation I'm making is you also the thing people are trying to do is go from throwing the ball through the tire to leading the team. And that team, like, I get you saying you don't make the team, but they want to make the team, take over the team, lead the team how they want to lead it.
I mean,
You see what I'm saying? So that's right. So it's not it's not a they're coming in and they figure out how to do it. No, they coming in like, yeah, you just throw the ball through the tire.
Yeah.
Okay, so what if the defense come through? Yeah, you just throw the ball through the tire. And they get mad because they haven't done this, but they know they've been sitting at home. They want to tell the GM how to run the team after they was just throwing the ball through the tire the last 2 weeks. This ain't necessarily them coming in, and because you don't want to discount that. But like I said, it has to work together.
No, I get you. And I would even say it's worse than what you're saying. Like, I don't even think people are out throwing the ball through the tire. I don't think people are developing the independent skills that you bring into a relationship. What I think people are doing, because of social media, they're playing Madden and 2K. Like, they're running simulations of a relationship. Not throwing a ball, not actually working on the independent skills. They're only going through theoretical practice. So there's no 3 dimensions to it at all. So they're not even learning how to throw the ball or shoot the ball. Not learning how to dribble for real. They're not learning any of the real tangible, practical skills, the soft skills. They're not learning any of that. They're only learning virtual skills. And then, like you said, they're trying to go to a real team and saying it applies. Man, I took my team to the Super Bowl 3 times on franchise mode. Now let me run Cleveland Browns. I got this. I think that's more in line, like, on the analogy. And I know for people that don't follow sports and sports games, y'all, like, we're losing you. But I think that's more in line with people are doing. Or if something else that anybody could apply, I think a lot of people are reading people are reading comic books and thinking they're qualified to write a script for a Hollywood movie. Like, that's kind of like, you know what I'm saying? Like, people are doing stuff like that. And not that you won't pick up some important, like, you jokes or juxtaposition. You might pick up a lot of things, but you're not ready to write a script. There's specific skills that you need. But yeah, I think it's really bad out here. I think people are learning a lot of virtual skills that do not apply in real life. Even if you're learning some of the skills, like right now, like the therapy skills, some of the skills people are learning, like when we talk about throwing the ball through the hoop, they're not understanding that when you get into the game, the target is moving. Unlike the ball through the hoop, you know what I'm saying? The target is a moving target. So I think there's a lot of things we're just not teaching people when it comes to relationships. Exactly, Bashan. Starting point is jacked up, and that's why the great reset of self-improvement is improvement, because most people are starting off on a lot of us are starting off on the wrong foot. I know I was one of those people. I was definitely one of those people. And I wish I had a better grounding and a footing before I got into relationships and dating. What I learned, everything I learned on the fly and hard way. Of course, that impacts other people, because what you don't know, you're bringing into relationships. Like, you're just dumb. You're ignorant, and you don't know how bad off you are until you ruining it with somebody else. He said, "I see the gap, and I know you too well, Greg." But yeah, I understand what you're saying. Trust me, I'm with you. And I guess trying to talk people or try to be more positive about relationships, I could do that. I keep smacking my lips. I just caught myself doing it again. There it is. I don't know where it's coming from.
Because he on some bullshit.
I got dry mouth.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, because it pained him to say that, and that's not.
It left a bad taste in his mouth. Like bombing
That's
shit.
not necessarily what I'm asking for. Because if it's fuck them niggas, it's fuck them niggas too. See,
yeah,
but my thing is this:
didn't you say you wanted to encourage people? That would be the positivity. I thought you said literally that.
Yeah.
Yella said that.
It's Yella in the room.
I'm gonna go say Yella said that. Kevin don't feel the same way.
But we've
Oh,
been
okay.
talking to Yella though.
Okay. Yeah,
Right. I'm just letting you know. I at the end of the day, I know that it's more likely to be fuck them niggas than to be the presentation. Yeah, it's getting real dark and grim on Christmas Eve. Guess what? I'm the ghost of fucking reality present, goddammit.
I was gonna agree with you, but never mind. I was gonna
I mean,
agree
I
with you
am.
that people ain't getting the muscles for relationships by all this time by yourself. It's actually counterproductive.
Yeah.
It's counterproductive.
I mean,
Because a lot of that
that's
shit
true.
a lot of that shit you love to do when you're by yourself and you're loving yourself, you're gonna have to shed a lot of that shit to build a life with somebody. And you just are. And maybe not immediately, but over time. And you change over time. So I mean,
Okay, so that might make more sense. I'm actually glad you said that.
Version 2.0 of you when you was self-loving. A lot of the shit I did when I was single does not apply to here. It's a completely different set of muscles and dynamics. Where I was saying like what 40% the restraint I had to learn. You know, the restraint it takes to be in a long-term committed relationship with another grown person. Yeah, all that self-love ain't teaching you none of that shit. I mean, when you're by yourself, there's no reason to restrain. There's no one to restrain for. You know, outside of
No, I was gonna say that's out. Go ahead. I'm gonna write the notes, so I ain't gotta keep going.
Oh, I was gonna say, like, yeah, so some of that stuff, like, yeah, you can learn those skills through friendships and stuff like that. But the Bree I am with my besties, like Twan and Shy, I'm not that same Bree to my husband. Not because I can't be myself with him, but because that shit's extra. And a lot of it's too much for him. And it's not necessary for me in every day. You know what I'm saying? It's not that it's bad or good. It's just it's extra. That it just takes up more space. And it's not space that maybe needs to be taken up. I don't know. So I just feel like a lot of the stuff I did, and I'm happy I had that little time. It was very little time because even when I wasn't married, I was actively dating different people to kind of figure out what dynamics and energies I vibed with, and you know, all that stuff. I knew at one point I was on I'm gonna be successful, have my career, be single mom, blah blah blah, because I had my daughter pretty early. And I decided I didn't want to do that. So from the point I was like, I want to be with someone, I made it my point to actively do things to try to be in that space. So I kind of don't, I think people are putting too much emphasis and time on just self-love, be by myself, build myself up. And you're gonna have to shed a lot of that shit to join your life with someone else anyway. And then it makes it harder because you fought and you spent all this time and investment in becoming this self and you don't want to let it go. You know what I'm saying? Rightfully so. But I'm just saying, I think people spending too much time.
And see, I'm gonna completely disagree with you because what I did not do was clarify what I believe self-love is. And that's probably the problem. When people say self-love, everybody has their own thing in their head.
Oh yeah. I'm talking about that. I meant mainstream.
To everyone.
Yeah, I'm
the
sorry.
mainstream
I should clarify what I'm talking about.
I should have clarified. Because when I'm saying the self-love, I mean like advocating for yourself in your relationships. Because even if you're single, you should have somebody else in your life. Bosses, co-workers, friends, neighbors. So one of the things would be like being able to communicate a difficult truth. Like, you know what? I'm really sorry. I like you, but I really don't want to help you move. Like stuff like that. That is loving yourself by being able to speak up for the things that you don't want to do, even in spite of somebody asking. And that's a hard thing for people to being able to say no to people, like set boundaries. That's a part of self-love. And a lot of people don't see that thing.
Self-confidence and self-worth.
Self-confidence, self-worth.
And
I know Yella's making a stinky face.
But you need that stuff.
Face.
Like
that translates though.
A sense of self-worth, self-confidence. I think self-love is kind of the hallmark commodified language that people use to sell you things. Like self-help, you know, that whole thing.
Yeah.
But self-worth is you have to have self-worth, period, for everything, period. Self-confidence, yes. Like all that stuff. So I do agree with you there. Like you need that stuff,
and that stuff translates to the partnership as well. You have to be able to set boundaries to protect your peace and your peace of mind, your sanctity, to know where you start and the other person stops. Like that stuff starts outside of the relationship, and you bring those skills. When I say self-love, I mean things that improve the quality of your internal life, not your external life, your thought life, like what your thought diet is. Like you work on these things while you're single, so that way, even in a relationship, you don't get into a relationship and like and your partner's like, you spend too much time on Instagram, because your thought diet is already not in such a state. Just because you're single, I'm going to consume social IG all day. No, I'm not going to be on Instagram all day or TikTok all day for 5 hours at a time, because that's not the way I want to love myself, by pouring myself into distraction and time sinks. I'm going to use my time. I'm going to read a book. I'm going to do this. That's what I mean by when I say self-love. I mean things that enrich the human being.
Yeah.
And those things go well into a relationship.
Yeah.
You don't ditch those when you enter a relationship.
Like regulation, confidence, self-worth, you don't ditch those. But the commodified version of self-love which is like, I'm gonna lavish myself and send myself this and do this, all these things for myself, which is fine. Like when I was single, I did a lot of stuff for myself. It's fine, but I do think people are holding on to that as being the fix for all of their problems, and I think that's what Yella's talking about. Treating yourself kindly is great, but it's not gonna really, if you struggle with the dynamic of putting a life together, that's not gonna help you with that. You know what I'm saying? That's not going to help you figure that out. So you can't just stay in that space, too long. But absolutely, everything you said, Rashawn, you definitely need that. It's just to be a good human, I think.
Yeah, I didn't mean like the spa. I didn't mean like the spa.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to
and not that
clarify, because I think that's what I was talking about, like that commodified Instagram, the social media popular self-love journeys that everybody's talking about. I'm gonna get my nails done all the time. I'm gonna go to the spa, and it's like, that's not gonna help you be a better partner. It's not.
I get you. There's an aspect of it though. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I wasn't necessarily speaking of that either, though. When I said that, I was almost, it's weird, I was almost speaking towards the self-love that Rashawn was talking about. And I can kind of use your example as an example. Do you see the example that you used to describe your level of self-love was no? I get what you're saying. But it was to teach self-love, that version of self-love. So in that instance, that's teaching somebody to be resistant to something. That is the consistent pacing of self-love. It could look like the whole pampering thing, but I ain't talking about that. Because that's what I hear. To me, a lot of times when I hear that and increase self-worth and increase all that, it becomes a competition thing. That's why those same type of people need you to have went to therapy too. You know what I'm saying? So if you learn, like you said, you learn how to do everything that you like. You learn how to craft your life every around what you like. And then you expect to be able to take that skill and have somebody come into your life and be okay with that? How?
Yeah.
If they're not doing the thing that you want.
I'll tell you. I mean, because you've talked about this too. Like you play video games and you smoke. Would you date with a partner that did not allow smoking or video games?
No, probably not.
That's what I'm talking about. It's you making room for yourself, the things that you enjoy, the things that you need for your peace of mind. That's what I'm talking about. And that does include because sometimes somebody else that does not have the same disposition or temperament. Mandrell talked about this. He wanted to travel. He was with somebody that was a homebody, and they were surprised when they were like, they didn't want to go on a trip with him, and he went anyway. Like, that's what I mean. Like, no, I'm not going to sit at home simply because you want that, because I'm a person and I have wants too. And that no, that boundary, that no is a yes for yourself. Like, I mean, you're seeing it as a no, but it's a yes for you. You know what I'm saying? So you have to be the yes man for yourself, because sometimes the other person, if they don't know how important it is to you, or they don't understand your relationship with it, or maybe they came from just a background that looks down upon whatever activity it is, even if it's like the candle thing. Somebody might come from a religion or something. They're like, candle, is that divination? I don't know. We run across a lot of weird things in other people that we're just not prepared for. What I'm saying is you have to be able to know why it's important to you. If it's even important to you, it might be one of the things that y'all can just cut off. Nah, that ain't really important. It's just something I do. I can let it go. Or, nah, this is a part of who I am. I see this as a core trait. This is something I see myself always doing for the rest of my life. And if that's something that you can't be associated with, I understand, but we're probably not a good fit. And that's a part of relationship, understanding when it's not good, because it's not a good merger. It's not a good match because of lifestyle, because of temperament, because of disposition. That's a part of relationship, is knowing when it can't go past a certain point. That's a skill that we need to develop too. And so many people think I can just cut something off of somebody to make them fit, or I can add something over here to make it fill the void I have. But I think more people need to understand, when I'm talking about self-love, part of that self-love is self-awareness, to know what is removable, what is just a habit or behavior, but what is a core trait of my personality. Like some things I had to learn, because people complained about my sarcasm for a really long time. And I felt guilt about my sarcasm. I wasn't sarcastic to everybody, but there were a lot of people that would not listen when I was talking. And then they would ask me the same question multiple times, and I would get sarcastic. My sarcasm was my way to offload the negative emotion of not being listened to or paid attention to, especially when people were asking me for help. So it was a frustration thing. So if I have to deal with you not listening, you're going to get my sarcasm. But I had to learn that was a coping mechanism for me, and that anybody that was going to deal with me was going to have to accept that if they weren't willing to change their listening patterns. If it's not important enough for you to listen to after you've asked me for help, you're going to get sarcasm. I'm not going to change that, because it took too much energy for me to suck up the negative emotions of not being listened to. The only other option I had, because of those negative emotions, was to cut the person off. And instead of just throwing away people because they won't listen after they ask a question, there's a behavior quirk, a behavior trait that they may seem negative, but again, it's as a response to their behavior. So I had to learn for myself, if I'm going to deal with you, and I'm willing to keep you in my life, but if you're going to treat me with an inattentive ear, you're going to get some sarcasm from my frustration. That's the contract that we're coming under now. Can you accept that? And some people said they couldn't, and I left. I'm like, okay, that's cool. I'll leave. And a couple of them like, no, don't leave. I'm like, no, it's cool. I'm not tripping. If you can't handle what's coming from our interaction, I can separate myself without animosity, because I'd rather have my departure than us to have animosity, because we keep getting into arguments. But I'm not going to keep allowing you to keep ignoring me after you're asking me for help, and I'm telling you, and I'm repeating myself. And by the third time, it's reasonable for me to be frustrated. So if you're not willing to change, now you're asking me to change my demeanor. I'm not going to keep changing if you're not willing to change. And that's what I mean by the self-love. I know I'm worth you paying attention to me, but you're not. And I'm willing to give you a pass to a point. Now, at some point, you're going to have to deal with the negative consequences of that, or my absence. That's what I see in my value. That's a no, but it's a yes for me. That's a no to you, but it's a yes for me. Like, I'm yesing Rashawn. Like, yes, Rashawn is important enough to not have to deal with that. I deserve, if you're asking me for help, I deserve to be listened to, because you're the one asking. I don't need the help. I know what you're asking. I know it. So that's like one thing, how that played out in my life. But there's that plays out in a myriad of ways, a million different ways.
Okay.
Oh shoot, yeah. That's what's up, homeboy. Well,
I think we pretty much covered it.
I'm with you, man. Now I'm glad you brought this up, man. It brought up definitely some stuff I think we needed to talk about and stuff we need to consider. I do think we could be more deliberate about injecting a solution or positive message if we're going to talk relationships. Like if that's the topic, I think we could be more deliberate and intentional about adding something positive on there. So I'm with you on that part. I can definitely be more intentional. So to that,
Yeah, and I can agree. Everything don't need a solution, but I think we need to start figuring out solutions for this. Because this is beginning to be too much. It's beginning to be too much.
No, I totally agree. And I'm also one of those weird people that believe in like providence or like things manifest to kind of like not like self repair, but like a balance to the force. I know anybody that's in the Star Wars, man. I think people like Whole Math. I know that name is triggering. I promise you, like Whole Math is like one of the solutions. Now he's gonna have to change his name eventually, but like it's gonna be people like Whole Math that can deliver short, succinct, diagrammed explanations to relationship problems. It's gonna be stuff like that. Because that's what we're gonna have to get to the kids. He's drawing like the little cartoons. Whole Math is gonna be the solution. The channel named Whole Math. Rashawn, you doing it deeper from working online. I wish you nothing. Man, I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't have a lot of hope, but I know we can do better. Now, the one thing, I'm not a big hopeful person, but I promise you, I know that we could all do more. And I know I could do more. When I realized I wasn't really I really wasn't trying to save anybody. I was kind of like self-serving. It took me a while to realize that. It took me a little bit longer to admit it. Now I own it. I was self-serving. I'm completely self-serving. But what I am willing to do, especially if somebody I associate with deeply, like I would say a friend is like calling me to like, okay, we can do better. I can do better. Because I know I haven't been given effort towards solutions. I haven't been given really thought to that. I put all the solutions in a folder and just filed them away because I didn't think people wanted them. But I could, if I'm going to talk relationships, I can spend, I promise you, 20, 30 minutes to add something in there, to add a tail end that's like something. I promise you, that's easy to do. So hopefully I can remember to do that more often. But it ain't going to be on Christmas Eve show. The Christmas Eve show, I'm working on that. I got some footage cut. I got some other things for y'all. I think it should be fun, collaborative. I need y'all in the chat. And so if y'all ain't doing nothing on Christmas Eve, it ain't for everybody. Don't feel pressure to come here. If you got family, if you got friends, this ain't for you. But if you ain't got nobody to spend time with on Christmas Eve, come and kick it with me for a couple hours. Come and kick it with me. We can laugh, we can joke, we can make fun of some stuff. So, I just want to do something for the people that I know a lot of people have lost a lot of family members, just falling out with people. We've lost those relationship skills. So we kind of beat to ourselves and hop on the internet. If you're gonna be doing one of those, or you're gonna be driving on Christmas Eve, I'm gonna be up for a few hours. Come kick it. My family ain't coming over till Monday, so I'll be here. And Risa asked me to, so I'm fulfilling that, and I'm working on the program. It's about half done. I have everything in the sequence I wanted. I've got the footage. I've got to cut stuff up, so it's going to be kind of like a weird little type variety type show. So it's going to be like the Christmas specials, where they cut away the segments and play a segment, and you come back and they say something. It's going to be. I'm trying to get my little producer thing on. It might not come off how it is in my head with the magic and the snowflakes, but it'll be here. It'll be here. Hope the size of a mustard seed is still hope. You spoke on the power of hope when it comes to seeing where things go when we try and do what we can to improve our lives. So, facts. Appreciate you. Love and respect. Women need to stop thinking appealing to emotion is the ultimate end. Men need to stop thinking appealing to reason is the ultimate end. That's big facts. I think that's a big lesson that men and women need to understand, that their way is not the only way, especially if you're trying to have a relationship. Like that's one of the biggest things. Women seem to gravitate towards this thing that my way is the right way, and men need to have more emotion and more language and blah, blah, blah. And men are like, women need to have less emotion and less words. And everybody's trying to make the other person conform to their model as opposed to trying to meet in the middle. I think there needs to be meet in the middle practice and thought. With love, God still doesn't exist. That's what some of so-called like. For example, your problem with the women complaining about men not cleaning. You went to argument of reason. Maybe he does equal work at a different time. Yeah, it's reason. But here, okay, let's go to your emotional thing. Because I think I addressed reciprocity, but I may not have. I may not have spent a lot of time on it. Because reciprocity is typically the emotional thing. The emotional thing is I want to feel like the other person is doing their fair share. Real or perceived is typically a thing of reciprocity. I want to feel like you're doing your fair share. So me doing more doesn't necessarily adjust her feelings of being reciprocated to. So that's also a problem. It has to be addressed. Sometimes what you have to do is sit there and take account of, okay, let's add the reasoning. This is what we're actually doing. Are we having a reasonable expectation? But it is about fairness. It is about fairness. Because see, Greg, no matter what you say, and Greg, no matter how many times you say it, because I've had enough experience with people, no matter how many times, some people, if you do for them what they ask you to do, they'll move the goalpost. And it'll be like Lucy and the football when Charlie Brown, every time you go to kick the football, it'll move. So everybody, if you're not aware of it, everybody's not, if you just do what they ask, everybody's not okay with that. Some people are complainers. Some people are needy. Some people are vacuous holes of neediness. I call them assholes. Assholes. I have a relative that's an asshole. So yes, I'd meet you at 50-50. Then all of a sudden your back hurts. So you need me to do a little bit more of yours. Then all of a sudden I'm doing more of yours. So I may as well do all of it. Then when I'm doing all of this task, well, you should pick up a little bit of this task. Some people, the goalposts will never move. And that's where you have to have self-awareness and ability to put up a boundary, because I deserve reciprocity too. So it actually is about fairness. Don't pick the wrong girl at step one. You never know who the wrong girl is till she's wrong. You never know. You never know. And that's the other thing we have to stop. I know the choose better argument. I use that a lot. Choose better. The truth is you could pick absolutely right, but people change over the course of a relationship, not due to your own influence, but to the other things that they're exposed to. People at work, the TV they watch, the internet, all kinds of things influence people. They might all of a sudden find God and change. Doesn't make them wrong. They've just changed and they no longer like the same things, or you're not sufficient enough. It doesn't. The thing is, that's where the
self-love journey.
Yeah. And that's where I'm talking about the self-awareness and the self-love. To me, is if you know yourself and you're seeing somebody change and evolve, you can then speak up for the changing needs and dynamics in the relationship. That's an important skill that you learn in the other parts of your life, even when you're not in a relationship. Like when things on your job change. Hey, I understand we've lost a lot of staff and a lot of extra workload is being dropped on my shoulders. I understand the company has needs, but it's also unfair to me to have me do extra work without extra compensation. Boom. That's you advocating for yourself, speaking. Even if nothing changes, you've alerted somebody that you understand the dynamic that's going on and that it's unfavorable. Like you have to learn to do that. And that's going to happen in your relationship too. Like with the chores. Hey, listen, I know you're working an extra job now, but I need more help with the kids. We got to figure something out. You got to be able to do that. Just be aware it's going to bother her. Act how you see fit from that. I would recommend getting up and doing something. I think viewing relationships as equal or having reciprocity is the wrong perspective. And that's fair. And that's fair. But then what are you telling somebody to do? If you see her doing something, you get up and do something. If you're not trying to give her reciprocity, what are you doing? Are you trying to trick her into making her think you're helping her? Because that's even worse. That's deceptive. So if you're not trying to be about fairness and reciprocity, all you're doing is being manipulative. make her think you're helping her by getting up and doing something because she's doing something. That's worse in my mind, because you're not doing it to help. You're not doing it to be fair. You're not doing it to be reciprocal. You're doing it simply because she's doing something and you don't want her to think, no, you're manipulating. I'm suggesting you get up and help. Okay. All right. So every time she's doing something, you got to get up and do something.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, you got to get up and help her. Yeah. I mean, that's
crazy.
Yeah, assholes. There's a lot of assholes in the world. It'll never fill up. It'll never fill up. I promise you. An asshole.
That logistically, because she's not going to, because it would be crazy for you to expect her. Because I'm up fixing the car, you need to be up vacuuming the floor.
Yeah.
So that's not even a logistical way to approach it.
Yeah. But I think now he's saying if you see her doing help, you can just help her get the task done faster. I'm not against that. I understood what you were saying. Is every time she's doing something, you just got to make sure that you're doing something too. I misunderstood. You're saying help her do whatever she's doing. I'm okay with that. You're just being helpful for helpful sake. And we're assuming that you're not already in the middle of something. You're just doing nothing. You see her doing something and you're pitching in. I don't have any qualms with that. No qualms with that at all. Yeah, no qualms with that at all. Yeah. I'm with you. I'm with you now. I understand.
Right.
I thought you were saying just do something just so she could see you doing something. That's what I understood at first.
Because the examples was like mowing the lawn. It wasn't doing the thing that she was. It wasn't doing the thing that she was doing. I think he said specifically, if she's washing the dishes, you should be mowing the lawn.
Yeah, I think that's why I took it like that.
Right. That's not mowing the lawn. But hold on. But mowing the lawn isn't on her list of things to do.
Yeah.
So I'm not helping her get the things that she's gonna get done faster. If I'm helping her wash the dishes, or if I'm helping her sort clothes, right? Okay, so right.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Right. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If I'm helping her sort clothes, that's a whole different thing.
Yeah.
You can help her with that. But I guarantee you, I'm not about to help you do the thing you're doing already. If you got it, I would much rather go do something else.
Yeah. And that's okay. Now this is perfect because I talked about this earlier. This is where relationships get specific. Because if I'm washing dishes, I may not want company. I may not want somebody to jump in. So this is where you have to know your partner. This is like when the general relationship conversation goes to a specific. Everybody's different. Now, this is where it's generally helpful that if somebody's doing some work, they would love help. But this is where you need to know your partner, because some people use those tasks and those times to be alone. Some people it's their alone time. Some people it's something they really hate doing. So it makes sense to pitch in and help them to get it done faster. So it really depends. Because sometimes, especially certain tasks, like if I'm cleaning the bathroom, I don't want anybody around me because I'm pissed that I got to clean the bathroom. Like I hate cleaning the bathroom. It just irks my nerves so much. I'm not going to be kind or fair. And if I bump you, I'm probably not going to say excuse me, because I'm going to be in a very negative headspace if I'm cleaning the bathroom. It just sets me off. The dishes, we can sit there and I can wash it and you can dry it and that can be all cute. We can have a movie moment with the dishes. We can have a movie moment with the vacuum and do the whole spin and dance with the cord. You know what I'm saying? We can do all that. That's cool. We ain't about to have no cute movie moments in the bathroom. I promise you. If I got that scrub brush in my hand or the Swiffer or anything, I promise you, if I got that, I'm trying to clean the sink. There ain't no cute moments, man.
That's funny as hell. You just turn around and rage. She be like, "You need anything, honey? Get your ass away from me."
Yeah, man. Don't even come in here. Don't ask me if I want nothing. Just stay away.
Yeah.
Can I hand you something? I don't want to talk.
Play the clip for me.
Which one?
Play the clip for me, bro. Play the shut up clip. They be like, "Can I ask you to clean the bathroom?"
Shut up, bitch.
Oh my God.
Yeah, man, that's how I'm gonna feel. There's something about the bathroom, man. I don't know why. I don't know why I hate it so much. I hate it. My uncle. I had an uncle by marriage. He was a janitor. That dude, he had so much joy from cleaning the bathroom and the toilet. It was the most impressive thing. It was the most impressive thing I ever saw in my life. He cleaned this toilet. So I promise you, he cleaned this toilet that I had used so often that his son had peed all over. But he was so thorough. When he was done, I was like, I could probably eat off of that. Like if something fell into that water, I was like, I would think it was okay. Cause he cleaned it so immaculately, like it was a brand new thing. I was so shocked. And he was smiling ear to ear, like he had just like painted the Sistine Chapel. And I was like, this is amazing. How do you take pride in cleaning a toilet? But he did.
So I know we kind of going back, and it's all good, Greg. Do you think the women complaining have the issue their partner thinks they want to be alone? I mean, I think the issue.
No. I get what he's saying. I get what he's saying.
I'm gonna say I don't know.
I don't think because here's the thing, Greg. Like here goes the thing.
Second part. It's the second part today.
Yeah. Or do you think that the dude was dying on the hill that he did his share of the work? I'm gonna tell you, Greg. As a guy had to learn this. A lot of times we're just not paying attention. Like because you know what? When we move around and we're doing something in the household, we just do it. We're not looking for somebody to jump in and help. And if we do, we ask them, hey, can you help me with this? Like, so also inside of this, because there's layers to this. There's ask culture and guess culture. Introduced to me by Yella and Summer. Women are more prone to guess culture. So guess what I'm feeling? So men are more prone to ask culture. So yes, if a man sees his woman washing the dishes, 9 times out of 10, I'm thinking that you're washing the dishes. I'm not thinking anything beyond that. A lot of guys compartmentalize. Most guys do not sit there and think of, as soon as my woman's doing something, I'm jumping in to help. That's not every guy's experience. That's a culture thing. You would have to be taught that. You'd have to be taught that because that's not normal. You see somebody doing something, and you just jump in every single time. That's not the normal thing in humanity. You also don't think secondary thoughts. Like, does she want to be alone? See, like you're putting all of this is in the realm of feeling, which is not where most guys are. And you said that yourself. Most guys are logistical. So I see a woman doing her dishes, doing the family's dishes. Does she? Have I done my share of work? That's not a thing a guy's want to ask himself. Does she want to be alone? That's not a thing a guy is going to ask himself. Those are more contemplative, emotional-based things.
You kind of find that out. You kind of find that out along the way. That type of stuff you kind of find out along the way. I had to find out that certain cleaning stuff was just like her kind of washing her hair. She would just randomly wash her hair. Mm-hmm. She would want to go in the bathroom, just close the door, wash her hair. That's cleaning technically because she's cleaning the fuck out of her hair. You know what I'm saying? But that was her alone time. And she would probably, like 9 times out of 10, she would probably clean the bathroom while she was in there too. You know what I'm saying? So that was sometimes clean the bathroom, do whatever. Like if she had to go in there, it would door closed. She'd be in there for an hour. Come out, bathroom clean, sheet clean, hair clean. You know what I'm saying? Just everything. So yeah, that was kind of like her peacetime away from everybody.
Yeah. And see, Greg, here's where we disagree. Because see, right here, this is the happy wife, happy life thing. Because you're saying the highest good is not winning the fight, it's keeping the relationship happy. Guess what? I'm in the relationship. So my happiness has to be considered as well. If my happiness is not a opponent of the relationship, it's not a relationship. I'm in service. I'm a bot. So if my feelings don't matter, it's not really a relationship. Where's the connection to me? There's a problem there. So if I can't have my wants and needs considered, then it's not really a relationship. And boom, I understand we can whataboutism, but are you saying a large amount of men are not appealing to reason and fairness? I didn't say that. I'm not even sure why you're asking that. That doesn't even make sense to what we're saying. I said men are sitting there asking themselves these emotional based questions. And then I said, even you said that they're logical. So I'm not even sure I'm not even sure where that came from. That's what you said. Maybe she wants to be alone. No. What I said was, I don't like to be bothered all the time. So I extrapolated that out to maybe a partner because I'm that way with certain tasks. So we got to take everything. Got to take everything. Don't just take one piece out. I used to clean beach homes in college. Those bathrooms, yeah. I'm not a big fan of bathrooms. Not a big fan of bathrooms. I know, like currently, like I'll track lint, like from the carpet, and it gets on there, and you got to use a Swiffer. I hate it. I hate it. I hate seeing stuff on the floor. I don't know why. It just irks my. It's something. It's an ick. It's an ick. But yes. This is hard to type. Yes, and I was asking if that's what you believe the women were thinking, wanting to be alone. Greg, I don't assume. That's something I also said, though, Greg. Something I also said was men do not sit there, look at somebody completing a task and start wondering what's in their mind. That's typically what a woman might do. I wonder what he's thinking. What's on your mind? That's you're ascribing traits that are not generally male because, like you said, they're logistical and logical and reasoning. They lean into the left brain. They lean into the left centricness, like Princella said. We lean into that. That's the way we're groomed and the way we're trained, and that's our tendency. That's our general tendency. We're not generally asking ourselves, does she want to be alone? We're not asking any questions. We just see somebody washing dishes and we say, oh, they're washing dishes. It's they're washing dishes. This is way too convoluted to do in chat. I mean, you could just write a really long chat. It doesn't have to be one sentence. You're good for books, Greg. And I'm also doing something secondarily to see if I can get to prove this point. I'm also doing something secondarily, but we'll see if it happens. I'm going to see if I get this chance. It's a 200 character limit. Boo. I wonder if I can change that because I've seen some big chats. Whereas I didn't drop the link. That's where the link is. I didn't drop the link. But real quick before we get out of here, that way Greg can also get past this 200 character limit since he's such a limited man. I do want to see if I can change that though. But I also want to hear his argument. Let me see. There's got to be a way. To change that. I'm in the settings now. I don't think I see anything. Ooh-doo-doo. But yeah, man, for real, before everybody gets out of here, man, I really appreciate everybody stuck around for this conversation. I know it kind of ran a different way and meandered, and it was kind of more of a round table for like our channel than it was for like a content to be put out. But I mean, hopefully y'all were able to get something out of it. I mean, the way the chat was going, I really appreciate y'all's comments. I felt like y'all were resonating with different portions of it. So thank y'all for being here for it. We are definitely going to let these gentlemen come up and speak their piece before we head up out. We got Mandrell from the big picture. The big picture.
Hey, everyone.
What's going on, man? How you feeling, man?
Yeah, I'm feeling well. Can you hear me?
Absolutely. Sound good.
Yeah, man. I want to commend you on another good one. I was unable to catch the whole thing because I had to head out and go do stuff, like a human being. But yeah, man. I mean, I love it when you do breakdowns like this. And personally, I'm just tired of hearing people mention that woman's name and talking about her because they don't do it the way you do. I could sit here and listen to you do a breakdown of her philosophy and her ideology and her behavior. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not just elementary school nonsense. She's wrong because she's wrong and she can't be right. I'm like, okay, no, why is she wrong? They can't explain to me. The guys who are so upset about her cannot explain why they think she's wrong. They don't have the answers for it. I'm just like, anyone who's taken a 9th grade health class can tell you the science that she's talking about is incorrect. But these people are so, I mean, like, so,
Yeah.
I'm like, you guys are dumb. Until you, I mean, it's just sad. I'm more upset with the men who try to combat her than her. She's wrong and incorrect, and that's fair enough. Whatever. She's a grifter. She's trying to make money, which makes her no different than most of the people out here on YouTube. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
She's just in it for the money because there's no way she could be of sound mind and believe the things that some of the things that she says. That's what I think about her, Sean. But
yeah, she's definitely off, and I think you're right. I mean, because I always put more onus on the men too. I think the men are out of pocket, and I really wish. I think men as men, I think we need to address men, not like that whole men need to talk to men, women talk to women. I think if she's saying that men are a problem because of the harm we do to society, we need to address that more than we need to address her. Like as far as let's not try to fix Princella. Let's fix the problem that she's pointing out. Like there's a problem with how much male violence there is in society. It's problematic. Like that's what we should. I think our time and attention needs to go more towards that than
or at least examine it.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. Or at least just take a look and find out why she. That's because at the end of the day, she is just nothing more than yet another black woman who's like you said earlier. She's just saying the same things that any other black woman on these platforms have been saying for the past 3 years. She's just doing it in a different way. That's it. So it's like, okay, you got yet another one, but yet this one gets a lot of attention and popularity. And then the guys who get upset, what gets me is the guys who get upset with her because her growing popularity. Those are the guys who have her on their platform, which then helps her grow in popularity.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I tried to get up. I've jumped on a few platforms and tried to get them to realize it. Well, she's good content. Well, dude, if you're doing it for money, don't complain.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like I said, I've had it up to here with it, man. I mean, again, when you see me on them platforms over there, like what we consider mandatory content, believe me, I'm just practicing stoicism. Or I'm over there to laugh at morons. I'm not taking it seriously, like at all. You can't take it seriously.
Yeah.
You lose brain cells.
I'm glad you said that because it reminded this comment. I wanted to address this comment a while back that Quantum had put in. I know Quantum probably long gone, but she said she goes to the men's spaces to connect with the women in men's spaces. The percentage of women that are in most men's spaces, especially the ones she goes to, are minimal. Like FD Signifier, who's a leftist, which has, he has what most people think, like he has probably, most guys would think he has a large woman base. He's still 90% men. He's still 90% male audience. So it doesn't even make numerical sense for her to keep going to male panels to reach women. Because if they're going to male panels, they're probably, as most people say, male identified. They identify with the problems of men, which is why they're going, or they're looking for men. So they go to men's spaces. It will so much more make sense for her to go to women's spaces with women who understand her perspective already because they've been heard, or like Tanya, like when she went to Tanya TKO, perfect. She needs to go to Cynthia G. She needs to go to places like that, and she would get was it Prince? Sprinkle. Like she needs to be around the women, and I think
either women and gays.
Yeah, either way.
You know what I mean? She'll I think she'll flourish with gays, but because they'll come with the whole they can relate to her the whole nine with the heartache. I mean, this is yet another hurt black woman. And guys fail to see that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, okay, so I'm with you. Okay, well, I want to know why she feels the way that she does because I don't know. Personally, I haven't seen much of her content, but the parts that I have seen were the ones that I've heard you mention tonight. She hates men. She hates black men. Men are incapable of love. That whole thing, all that craziness. And then she said once that the only way men can recognize love or associate it is through sex. I'm like, she said, if sex isn't involved, he can't love. I'm like, that's not true. I mean, the vast majority of black men love their children, but they've never tried to fuck them. So what do you mean we can't love if sex is not involved? You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, yeah, that nonsense, dude. I mean, there's a problem, and it's our fault. But guys that don't want to do that, they don't get on these panels to find solutions, to find answers, and try to better themselves, improve themselves. They get up on these panels to win an argument and to be right at the expense of the community.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a problematic platform, but because it has validity, as far as the problem she's pointing out, it's going to stand and it's going to grow. The issue is, I think for me, why I say it's so problematic is because she roots it in sciences. From Book and Discord, appreciate it. She roots it in the sciences, which I think my issue is. And I know I got some generalizations up in here, but a lot of the women, because they already have that confirmation, like, men are trash, they're not even going to look into what she says, whether it's valid or not. They're going to say she's doing that appeal to authority. I know what I'm talking about. I went to school for this. I read this book. I talked to this scientist. They all agree. Science agrees. Men are trash. And it's like, okay,
and it doesn't.
That's not actually, right.
That's not how science works.
She was on Tanya TKO and said men do not get any of their genetic material or mitochondrial DNA from their mother. And I'm like, what? I was like, Jesus.
We literally get 50% of it. It's like, it is, like I said, anyone who's taking an 8th grade health class can just debunk all of that. That's just not. And one time she was on a platform, she pulls up. A study out of a university in Canada said this, and she picks it up and starts reading. I'm like, and then it was Daryl Long, that's who it was. And he was like, Woman Drill, she picked up a study. I said, one study out of how many? No, it's a study. I'm like, oh, is it peer reviewed? What was the sample size? I said, science doesn't work like that. You can't pull one study anecdotally, and that's anecdotal evidence at the absolute best. You can't pull one study and say this is the consensus of all sciences. No, that's not scientific consensus. That's not how that works. You don't get it like that. We're reading one study, one source. No. And it's just like again, it's not even her. She can be heard all she wants to because this is where it's coming from. It's the fact that so many people are so dumb. Like, they don't recognize. Honestly, you didn't know that? But no, Drill, you're wrong. How am I wrong? How am I wrong, Arshad?
Right.
When literally, I'm explaining to them literally how science works. But I'm the one who's wrong? How? I don't understand it.
Yeah. I mean, I get though that most people aren't here looking for facts and that anyway. So I mean, most people aren't looking even if you presented real data, most people wouldn't change their mind. Like, you know,
I've done that.
Most people, yeah,
I've done that, Arshad, and nobody changed their mind. It was amazing. Because you remember, I even tried it on my Mendrell and Shushu's our show, right? That's okay. This show is going to be about solutions. If you don't have a solution, don't come up. Yeah. No one came up with a solution.
Yeah, it was crazy. That was crazy, man.
It was just an exercise to get you to think differently, and they couldn't do that. Okay. Yeah. All right. So, Arshad, solution. My solution to this whole thing, I think we're doomed.
That's not a solution. That's not a solution.
Is a solution. Okay, listen. I'm getting to my solution, sir. That was a prelude. Number one, we're doomed. Okay, it's over. We're not coming back, and it's because we don't want to be better as a collective. We like it here. Okay, we find comfort in ignorance, and so my solution: the people who know better, leave the rest of these niggas behind. There's no helping them. Take care of you and yours. Take care of your own. If you find somebody worth it, get down the aisle like I'm about to do and call it a career. Okay? Get out. If marriage is what you want, find somebody, get down the aisle, get out of this dating scene because it's for the birds. Okay? Yeah, that's my. Or if you just want to be in a relationship, Do that, but always be honest. Don't lie. Don't lie. Lying's for cowards and queers. Not the gay ones, Arshawn. It's just weirdos. You know what I'm talking about.
That was a weird. I was like, that's a weird addition. Like, okay, all right.
No, not gay queers. Weirdos.
Okay.
That's one of those interchangeable words, man. You can call anything queer.
Well, I hear you.
Yeah, I know you. I know you winding down, man. I apologize for coming up here and making shit weird.
Cool.
It's just, but this is why I told you don't need to leave YouTube. You don't, Arshawn. You don't. We need this kind of content, Arshawn. We do. Oh man, I only wish I could have joined the conversation earlier and just sat down and had a conversation with you and Yella about this whole thing. You know what I'm saying? It's just enjoying the conversation then, but I really did have to go. I'm gonna go back and watch the replay and watch the parts that I missed as well. You man, yes, this is called. You are quality content, Arshawn, for real. And don't let anybody tell you shit different. Okay, if they tell you something different, fuck them. They're retarded, and you should not value their opinion in the first place.
I will take your word for it, sir. Appreciate it. Greg says,
It
my
is.
solution is give other people a little more grace and give a little more work towards something other than yourself. I can agree with that.
Whose solution is that?
Greg Bryant's.
Yeah. See, let's ignore him. Okay, that comment right there. Let's ignore that comment right there because grace has been given, and I dare say more than people deserve. At this point, more than people deserve. Because when people hear the correct answer, as opposed to saying, you know what? Okay, I'm going to implement this into my life and try to become a better person. They strike out against knowledge. They say no. And it's because it requires them to do something that they don't want to do. It requires some kind of sacrifice or a change that's going to be uncomfortable. But giving grace is what we've been doing, and it's what's got us here. Some people need to stick. Some people need to carry. You know, and we just have to do a better job of identifying who needs which one and applying the proper amount of force and motivation. But nah, we've been giving too much grace.
Man, I definitely appreciate you popping up here. Yella, are you still awake?
No. Yella got to work in the morning. Yella been quiet, dude. I figured he was asleep.
Yeah, I figured he might have passed out too. Because he was tired before he even came on the stream. We've been up here 5 hours. So, boy. Yeah. Let me go ahead and wrap this one up, man. I'm about to hop out of here. Man, Johnny, last words for the people.
Yeah, people. Do not listen to people grown from it. That's a different story. People who are scarred and scorned, they always lean to the too far to the left. So take their advice with a grain of salt. And educate yourself, people, please. Go to school and learn something. Oh my God. How people don't recognize that this is not science is amazing to me. It really is to stagger the imagination. People, don't be that dumb. Please don't. Stop being stupid.
Yeah.
That's all I got to say, man. Just people stop being stupid. Damn. And yes, it really is that bad. All right, Arshawn, thank you for having me.
Hey, no, I appreciate
it. I really am grateful. It's just. I know it sounds like I'm rambling, but I really am at my wit's end with it, man. I really am. It's just people are so dumb. I'm just like, God, just die already, please. Kill yourself and do society a favor. Do not procreate. Do not have children. You're too stupid to be a parent. Nobody wants your genes in the genome, in the gene pool. All right, I'm done. Tell Quiet Bree I said what. Tell Bree I said what's up.
That's what's up, man. Appreciate you, man. Have a good one.
Thank you for having me. Later.
Yes, sir. Peace. just real quick, man, just show y'all a few things. This is one thing I am proud of. I don't know if y'all can see that. Let's see. Where is that? Boom. Y'all see that percentage in there? There we go. My audience for the lifetime of my channel, 57% male, 42% female. Male and female. 57 to 42. That's pretty good, close to 50-50. So the fact that I have a channel that about half the people that are willing to come are women, they feel okay being president for that. I like that. I like that because I am a misogynist. I do believe in the patriarchy. I'm a lot of terrible things, but women are able to listen and not be completely repelled by the messages over here. So I appreciate that. Yella is asleep. Yella, any last words?
You're a victim.
Here we go, CS. Shut up, bitch.
Yella, that's not nice. Yella, you really don't have to come across like that. I think we need to play your favorite clip before we head out of here.
When there's an emotional rift, because this person attaches love to their physical being, their physical body, they don't want to be touched by you if they're offended. Snoop Dogg taught us that. He said there ain't no loving good enough to give her while I'm offended.
Chill for a minute, cause ain't no loving good enough to get burned while I'm offended. Yeah.
Shut up, bitch.
That is disrespectful. Yella, do not. Yella, that's not nice. Okay? Yella. Stop acting like that. All right? It's not the way we act around here. All right. Yeah, Snoop Dogg. Famous feminist. But yeah, I'm about to head out of here, y'all. I know I'll be here on Christmas Eve, man, because Risa did say I got to do a Christmas stream. And my nephew's coming over on Christmas, so Christmas Eve is free. I'll come hang out. I got some stuff I put together. I've got some more work to do on it. Some little formatting, trimming, clipping, all that good stuff. But I got something to keep people occupied for a couple of hours. Just in case you got nothing else to do, come kick it with your boy. And we'll have a little program. But I will. If you are here, the people that do come, I will need your participation. I will need some people to answer some questions, give some scenarios. You don't have to pop up on the panel if you don't want to. You can rock out from the chat. Might do a couple of polls. I haven't worked the poll in a minute, but I might have to do that for Christmas. It might be a candy cane poll. Might get a little sticky, but it is what it is. So I will see y'all on the 24th. Hope y'all have a good rest of your day. And I'm about to slide up out of here. Just got to figure out exactly what clip I want to play on the way out. Probably the short one. Let me just do the short one.
God bless the food, goddammit. God bless the food. Now, I'm going to tell y'all something. I'm going to end this goddamn thing. Look, where's that goddamn money bowl at? Who got that money bowl? We taking that money right now before you leave this bitch. We ain't leaving out here for free, motherfucker. Where that money bowl at? Don't have me to fire this bitch off now. Where that money bowl at? Don't you? Look, don't make me shoot it. All right. Officer Tuckerson already dead motherfucker. I don't mind shooting another motherfucker. Oh.
I'ma head out. Okay? Good luck, ladies.
Thank you everyone for critically drinking. We are so grateful for your continued support and viewership, and we know we wouldn't be here without you, so we really appreciate you choosing to spend your time with your favorite dime. We hope that you're enjoying the show, and we promise to keep bringing you refreshing conversations week after week. Thanks again for watching, and we look forward to seeing you next time.
I really need to take that week after week part off in case I take another hiatus.
You retain an advantage by staying liquid.
Yeah, that's how I felt. Imagine a used dish rag in your head. Picture it. Now imagine feeling like that.